Chapter 3867. Is he dead? The sages of Thunder God's city in the sky were completely stunned. Their companion had been killed so easily. At this moment, they felt fear once again. After Lin Xian killed the three of them, he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to you? You want to attack just because you want to. Let me tell you that you don't have the final say in this world. Lei Zhen was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He couldn't stand the other party provoking him. Soon, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Kid, are you trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, it's useless. I've been through hundreds of battles and killed my way up. The battles that I've experienced are definitely not something that an ant like you can imagine. This kind of provocation is useless against me. Today, I will kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to my thunder god Chang's spirit. One had to admit that Lei Zhen was really too strong and his martial will was very firm. He recovered his state of mind so quickly. He was indeed a difficult opponent to deal with. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He didn't plan to break down the other party mentally. What he wanted to do was to crush the other party in terms of strength. Is that so? If you want to attack, then attack. I heard that you have a thunder spirit body. I wonder what's so special about your blood. After I kill you, I will suck all the blood out of your body and use your blood to cook a pot of golden crow soup. It should be a delicacy. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smirk. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Go to hell. Lei Zhen couldn't hold it in anymore. Even though he had a firm mind, when he heard those words, he was furious. He roared and lightning bloomed all over his body. His long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he was like a god, extremely dazzling. The thunder god sages around him retreated frantically. They knew how powerful the thunder array was. Once the battle started, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would shatter. Now that this Lin Wuyi dared to act so recklessly, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Boom! Lei Zhen made his move. His palm was filled with endless lightning law. A terrifying power surged like a sea of lightning, pressing down from the sky. Boom! Lin Xian was fearless. He rushed forward with his golden fist and attacked his opponent. Their attacks collided in the sky, causing the void to explode in an instant. Countless large cracks appeared in the void. The terrifying power of thunder and fire intertwined in all directions. The thunder god's people frantically retreated. This power was beyond their imagination. As for those who were sealed below, they were sent flying. Among them, the bodies of 4 people from the thunder god's city were torn apart in an instant. Their souls were also completely annihilated by the collision of this energy. He was also heavily injured and flew into the distance. Lin Xian glanced at it and frowned slightly. He'd long since taken their Dao flowers. Now, he had nearly 300 of them. However, what made him frown was that the lightning array was so cruel that it didn't care about the lives of its fellow disciples. That man kept saying that he was going to avenge his junior brother. Yet, when he attacked, he ended up affecting these people with his battle. Lei Zhen didn't even blink when the people of Thunder God City died. Even Wang Zhao's death didn't seem to concern him at all. This showed that he was an extremely selfish person. He only cared about his own interests. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Such a person coupled with his powerful strength could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Xian sneered. How despicable. You keep saying that you're going to avenge your people. But in the end, the 4 of you who died were all killed by you. Brat, they all died because of you. So I'll cut off your head and offer it to them as a sacrifice. Lei Jin wasn't affected at all. He attacked crazily once more. At this moment, he really was like a god wrapped in thunder, dazzling and resplendent. This thunder was much more terrifying than the thunder god city's lightning. That was because he had a thunder spirit body. He was born for thunder. Sure enough, those martial artists of the thunder god city were also shivering. Although Lei Jin's previous actions had chilled their hearts, although Lei Jin's actions were cold, no one dared to say anything. That was because Lei Jin's physique was too special. His strength was too violent. Even in the holy city, Lei Jin's attacks were also violent. It was common for him to heavily injure his comrades. They didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian was also dignified. He couldn't help but admit that Lei Jin was too strong. Among the top geniuses, there weren't many who could resist this kind of Thunder Dao aura. Buzz! Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless golden flames rushed to the 9 heavens. At the same time, the black Qilin tattoo appeared on his body. It was as if the Qilin was resurrected. It was a kind of extreme yang energy that could tear the 9 heavens apart. At this moment, Lin Xian had turned into a war god. The Thunder God City's cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't dare to believe it. In their opinion, Lei Jin's thunder spirit body was enough to sweep through everything. There was nothing else that could compare to it. However, the aura that Lin Wuyi displayed at this moment was also very strong. It wasn't any weaker than Lei Jin's. It was really too shocking. Could it be that Lei Jin also had a supreme physique? Could it be that Lei Jin's physique wasn't any weaker than the thunder spirit body? This was really too shocking. Lei Jin frowned. There was actually someone who could block his thunder spirit body in terms of physique. He couldn't bear it. Kill! He turned into a ray of light and rushed over. For a long time, he had been the only one in Thunder God City. He was an unparalleled genius. But recently, Thunder God City was filled with legends about Lin Wuyi. This made him feel that his light was taken away by Lei Jin. He couldn't bear it. In this battle, he must kill Lei Jin with his own hands. No matter what kind of physique Lei Jin had, it couldn't be compared to his thunder spirit body. Lei Jin came, bringing with him a vast sea of lightning. It was a sea of lightning. He was like a god descending. His palm touched the thunder sound and released a terrifying thunderblade aura. The thunder in the sky was like a small mountain. It was huge and fell from the sky. It was so densely packed that it covered the sky. It was too terrifying. Although Lei Jin was only at the middle stage of the 5th heaven, it was so clear that it seemed like it could tear the sky apart. People of the same realm probably couldn't even block a single thunder. At this moment, thousands of thunder were attacking Lin Xian together. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body bloomed with radiance, illuminating the 9 heavens. How could he be afraid of Lei Jin? His physique was also a divine body. Moreover, he had also been through hundreds of battles. He had even experienced more battles than Lei Jin. Lei Jin dared to look down on him in battle. What a joke. The 9 suns' divine fist drew 9 golden crows, circling between heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. As Lin Xian's divine body grew stronger day by day, the 9 suns' divine body became more and more terrifying. Now, when he used the fist technique, it was like 9 suns, moving freely between heaven and earth. This kind of power caused those spectators in the Thunder God City to feel alarmed. Chapter 3868. Lin Wuyi was too strong. He was definitely a great enemy. It was no wonder that Wang Xiao and the others were severely injured and tortured to such an extent. Other than Lei Jin, none of them were a match for Lin Fan. They couldn't even take a single punch from him. Boom! 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 Their fists collided in the air. Countless thunder blades shot up into the sky, and terrifying flames spread out like an ocean. At this moment, it was as if two worlds were about to be destroyed. The scene was hair-raising. Boom! Boom! After the first exchange, the two of them continued to attack, sweeping in all directions. They fought from the mountains to the rivers, from the sky to the ground. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Each strike caused the void to shatter for millions of miles. In the end, the entire area was blown apart. Far away, the crowd was shivering. Countless roars and cries rang out. Thousands of beasts were crawling on the ground. At this moment, everyone looked at the place where the endless flames and lightning were spreading. Was this the end of the world? Everyone was frightened and retreated. The experts of Thunder God City were also dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Wuti was strong, but they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against their lightning array. One had to know that these people had been by Lei Jin's side all year round, fighting in all directions. Naturally, they knew how strong Lei Jin was. He was invincible in the younger generation. In fact, Lei Jin even had a high chance of entering the legendary Pilgrim Board. Such a person's future was definitely limitless. But now, he was locked in a fight with Lin Wuti. This made them feel incredulous. Although the two of them were both chief disciples, there was a huge difference between them. Lin Wuti had only been in Peerless City for a few years. Even if he was the chief disciple, he couldn't be any younger. But Lei Jin. Although Lei Jin was also the chief disciple of this generation, he had been the chief disciple for 100 years. The difference between the two of them was too great. More importantly, Lei Jin was in the middle of the 5th level, while Lin Xian was only in the middle of the 4th level. The difference between the two of them was several levels. However, both sides were still tied. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Lin Wuti's potential was even more terrifying than Lei Jin's? Damn it! What should we do now? The expressions of the experts from the Thunder God City were incomparably ugly. Kill him. He had to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to severely injure him. But if that happened, senior brother Lei Jin would blame him. Some people felt their scalps go numb. A total of 15 people came this time. These people frowned. 6 of them said, "You don't have to do anything. The 6 of us will do it. Could it be that you want to use the 6 Divine Thunder formation?" They said in horror as they resisted the energy shockwaves around them. The 6 of them nodded. "That's right, we're in the 6 Lightning God formation. As long as we can injure them, we'll be doing Senior Brother Thunder God a huge favor. This kind of person is not only Senior Lei Jin's enemy, but also our Thunder God City's 1,000-year-old enemy. We can't let him continue to be arrogant." After discussing for a while, the 6 of them quickly made their moves. These 6 people were all mid-5th heaven experts. Of course, their strength couldn't be compared to Lei Jin's. Compared to Wang Xiao, they were only slightly weaker. It could be said that they were all elites, terrifying core disciples. At this moment, the 6 of them joined hands and formed a formation called the 6 Lightning God Formation. The formation was able to increase their strength to an unimaginable level. Therefore, they wanted to ambush Lin Wuti. They were confident that they could succeed. The 6 of them quickly turned into streaks of light in the air and charged towards Yu Wu. The battle ahead was extremely intense. Lei Jin was also incomparably shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with a strong killing intent. His opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, but his strength wasn't any weaker than his. This kind of person made him feel apprehensive. If he gave him a few hundred years to grow, it would be terrible. Therefore, he had to kill him. Suddenly, he frowned. He naturally felt that someone was secretly making a move. It was the 6 lightning god formation. Was it the people he brought here? These people wanted to frame him. To be honest, if it was under normal circumstances, Lei Jin would definitely be angry. Why would he need to use such a despicable method when he was standing with others? However, at this time, he had a trace of selfishness. He didn't care. He even hoped that his subordinates could injure Lin Xian through the 6 lightning god formation. He was too eager to kill Yu Wu. Therefore, he didn't stop them. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. How dare they ambush him? Did they really think that he wasn't prepared at all? When the 6 of them approached, he directly activated the formation. The terrifying flames of 100,000 volcanoes pierced through the void and directly enveloped the 6 of them. The 6 of them couldn't reach them. They were completely enveloped, and they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Damn it, he had a formation. This kid actually defended himself in advance. They were extremely frightened. Damn it, come back quickly. The 9 people who were watching the battle from afar also exclaimed. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to have set up a formation in advance. Damn it, why didn't Wang Xiao and the others warn him? Suddenly, they remembered that Wang Xiao and the others had already been killed by the energy of the lightning god. How could they warn him? The 6 of them screamed miserably and rolled in the air. They ran quickly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the assassination. They could only escape. However, the power of the flames was far beyond their imagination. Even if they were top experts, they couldn't withstand it. Senior brother, save us. The 6 of them began to cry for help. Because at this time, only Lei Jin could save them. Lei Jin's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, a bunch of trash, a bunch of trash. Even a sneak attack couldn't succeed. How did he raise a bunch of useless subordinates? However, those people were all top geniuses and core disciples of the sacred city. Moreover, they were very obedient to him. Although he was angry, Lei Jin still decided to save them. He stretched out a palm, which carried a terrifying aura of the path of lightning. It crossed the void and enveloped the 6 of them. He wanted to put out the flames on the 6 of them. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and instantly threw out the 5-element ring. Buzz! The 5-element ring cut through the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it arrived in front of Lei Jin. Lei Jin's pupils constricted. Not good. He felt a sense of danger. In a panic, he dodged. He cultivated lightning. In addition to its violent power, it also had extreme speed. Therefore, his speed was also very fast. However, the 5-element ring was too sudden. In addition, Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, so it still hit his shoulder. With a boom, his shoulder was directly smashed open, and his entire body flew backward. A rumble sounded between heaven and earth. 100,000 black holes bobbed together. Chapter 3869. How could it be? Senior brother Lei Jin was injured. The 9 spectators almost fainted from fright. The 6 people who were burned by the fire were also dumbfounded. They had forgotten to resist. Impossible. Lin Wuti injured senior brother Lei Jin. They couldn't believe it. Senior brother. They let out a final scream and were quickly burned to ashes. Lei Jin's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. His shoulder was completely blown apart, and one of his arms fell off. Blood dyed his armor red. He was still in a daze because he couldn't believe that Lin Fan could hurt him. What was that 5 elemental light just now? It was too terrifying. Lei Jin came back to his senses and trembled with anger. With a roar, boundless lightning condensed, and the broken arm was restored. He quickly charged forward. Kid, you've completely angered me. I wanted to play with you before, but now the game is over. A big bow appeared in his hand, carrying the Tao of heaven and earth. Thunder Feather Bow. It was a real saint artifact. Lei Jin also took out an arrow. He was going to use the Thunder Feather Arrow. His power was much more terrifying than the one Wang Xiao used before. Buzz! The arrow flew out, shattering the void and causing all kinds of strange phenomena to erupt. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian on the spot. Buzz! Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and slashed it. At the same time, he sneered. It's useless. I've seen this ability before. It's not my match at all. You'd better show me something else. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lei Jin was furious. You're courting death. I'm not someone who can be compared to you. I'll show you the true power of the Thunder Feather Arrow. He stood in the void like a thunder god, continuously drawing his bow. Countless runes of the great Tao flickered around him. Buzz! An arrow flew out, and a sea of lightning descended, about to swallow the world. The second arrow flew out. This time, the merciless lightning intertwined and formed many demonic beasts that rushed over. At the same time, the third arrow came. This time, countless thunder mountains formed and fell from the sky. In an instant, 3 arrows were shot out. This might was enough to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian also became serious. He had to admit that Lei Jin was very strong. The power of that arrow surpassed all of Wang Zhao's previous attacks. What's more, 3 arrows were fired at the same time. Did they take it seriously? Good. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He brandished matchless sword, and similarly unleashed 3 sword strikes. A sword came from the west, and a towering divine flame spread in the sky, as if countless golden crows were floating in the air. The second sword transformed into many giant dragons roaring, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The third sword was like a wave. It kept surging. These were all waves of sword energy. They were incomparable and carried extremely powerful attacks. The 2 divine abilities collided in the air, exploding with extremely dazzling light. Not good, retreat quickly. The 9 Thunder God experts watching from afar quickly retreated. A monstrous power erupted. The destructive aura continued to linger for a long time before it finally dissipated. The 9 lightning gods flew over from the distance. That brat should be dead, right? That's for sure. How could he block the Thunder Feather Arrow? These people flew forward with a cold smile on their faces. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely die. However, just as they flew forward, they heard a roar. Damn it, what's going on? The 9 people were stunned. They could tell that the voice belonged to Lei Jin. What could have caused Lei Jin to be so angry? Then, they heard another voice. Your Thunder Feather Arrow isn't much. Although it's stronger than Wang Zhao's, that's it. You're dreaming if you want to kill me with it. That should be Lin Wudi's voice. How is that possible? The 9 of them spat. How is he still alive after such a violent attack? This Lin Wudi was already heaven-defying to this extent. Finally, when they got closer, they saw 2 figures in front of them. One was the handsome Lin Xian, who looked like a god of war, and the other was the flustered and exasperated Lei Jin, who was covered in lightning. This guy is really fine. The 9 of them were stunned. Kill. Lei Jin couldn't accept it. He continued to shoot. Thunder Feather arrow flew out one after another. Its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian fought with him. Wherever the two of them passed, everything was destroyed. The more Lei Zhen fought, the more shocked he became. He realized that his Thunder Feather arrow couldn't do anything to his opponent. Go to hell, brat. All of a sudden, the power in his body exploded, and a mysterious thunderbolt appeared. The arrow in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Buzz! The power of this arrow surpassed all the previous ones. The 9 of them were shocked. They were first sent flying by the power of the thunder. Then they cried out in surprise. That's great. Senior brother Lei Zhen used the 9 revolutions divine thunder. He used the secret technique. That kid is dead for sure. Lin Xian was shocked as well. He quickly dodged the attack, feeling shocked. Is it the 9 revolutions divine thunder? He had seen this secret technique before. Lei Qian had used it before and knew the 3rd revolution. Previously, Wang Xiao didn't have the chance to use it. He was directly defeated and suppressed. Now, he saw Lei Zhen use it again. The other party's attainments in secret techniques were also extremely terrifying. This arrow made him shudder with fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also had a secret technique. However, he didn't use it immediately. He wanted to test the limits of his physique. With a roar, Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword. His body emitted a golden light. The long sword in his hand was also dyed golden. It was as if it had turned into a golden sacred sword. With a roar, he split mountains and rivers. This sword didn't have any technique. It was the simplest move from the sky. It used violent power. The power of the sword and the power of the physique merged perfectly at this moment. Kill! Boom! Boom! The sword and arrow collided. This attack emitted a destructive aura. Heaven and earth were destroyed beyond recognition. He should be dead now. The 9 of them exclaimed. Lei Zhen's mouth also curled into a smile. You can't even withstand a single blow. I only used the 1st revolution of the 9 revolutions divine thunder. You can't even block it. His eyes were filled with disdain. But soon, his pupils constricted. He heard a cold voice in front of him. What Thunder God's secret technique? That's all there is to it. I didn't even use my secret technique for that attack. Lei Zhen, I've said it before. You're no match for me. Hurry up and kneel on the ground, kowtow, and admit your mistake. That guy is still alive. The 9 sages who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Now, they were all kneeling on the ground in fear. Lei Zhen couldn't believe it. His face was extremely gloomy. Kill! He attacked again. The arrows flew out, but the power was even more terrifying. They were the 1st revolution divine arrow, 2nd revolution divine arrow, and 3rd revolution divine arrow. Especially the last arrow, which contained the power of the 3rd revolution divine thunder. It was really unparalleled. The terrifying aura of thunder shook heaven and earth. Chapter 3870. The sky shattered, and the earth sank. Countless canyons were formed, and countless abysses appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian still resisted simply. He used the purest strength to deflect the arrow. He blocked the 2nd arrow, but he was forced back by the 3rd arrow. His entire body was wrapped in thunder, as if it was about to be pierced through. Boom! The power of the divine body erupted again. Mysterious runes flowed on it like a sun. At the same time, the black Qilin appeared and roared at the sky. Lin Xian smashed through countless mountains and shattered countless voids. He came to a stop, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Third Revolution Lightning. Lin Xian pondered in his heart. Although the 3 revolutions divine lightning had sent him flying, he had only suffered light injuries. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In other words, he could block it. He wanted to send the 3rd revolution lightning flying, but with the current strength of his physique, it would be difficult. If the opponent continued to use the 4th revolution lightning, he would not be able to block it. Perhaps, his physique would be injured. In other words, the 3rd revolution lightning would be ineffective against him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded. His physique was stronger than he had imagined, but there was still room for improvement. Kid, you are already injured. You can't even block the 3rd revolution lightning. I can use the 5th revolution lightning. What do you have to fight me? Lei Jin strode over like a demon. His hair danced wildly in the wind. The other 9 spectating Thunder God sages were also ecstatic. Great, Lin Wudi was injured. Their senior brother Lei Jin was more skillful. This victory would belong to them in the end. It's too early for you to be happy. It's just a small injury. It won't affect me at all. Also, let me tell you, I didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique in the previous fight. Do you think you have the right to show a victorious smile in front of me? Lin Xian stood up and snorted. His body flickered with light. The injury had already healed. It can't be, right? The 9 thunder gods who were watching the battle were all stunned. He didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique. This was impossible. They couldn't believe it. Lei Jin snorted. Kid, don't deceive yourself. If you didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique, how could you fight against me? What a joke. His eyes were cold. He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, Lin Xian was trying to shake his martial Dao will. But how was that possible? His Dao heart was extremely firm. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. Previously, it was all his strength. Now, he could use Wushuang City's secret technique. Brat, there's no need to resist. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You can't stop it. You used an unparalleled secret technique, but you were only able to block my 3rd revolution, causing me to use the 4th revolution Divine Thunder. Let's see how you... Lei Jin raised his hand again, and a thunder feather arrow appeared in his hand. The power of the thunder god revolved around it, emitting a dazzling light. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think that your thoughts are the truth? I'll show you how cruel the truth is. Lin Xian took a step forward. His strength exploded. He slashed down with his sword and activated Wushuang City's secret technique. Boom! On the other side, Lei Jin made his move. For divine lightning arrows shuttled between heaven and earth. Die! Boom! 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 The world was filled with light, and the 9 thunder god saints were sent flying again, coughing up blood. How terrifying! Lin Wudi could be proud even if he died. No matter how powerful he was still defeated by senior brother Lei Jin. These people sneered. They wanted to cheer, but their necks seemed to be grabbed by someone in an instant. They couldn't make a single sound. The sword tore open a crack in the sky filled with lightning. The pitch-black spatial crack continued to extend, splitting the world into 2 halves. Lei Jin was sent flying. A sword mark appeared on his body. It was as if he was going to be torn in half. How was that possible? My 4th reincarnation lightning was destroyed. Lei Jin couldn't believe it. His face was full of shock. The pain was unbearable. He roared. Endless lightning spun around his body and formed the fifth revolution divine lightning. Block it. A terrifying force rushed out from his body and blasted the terrifying sword chi away. Boom. Boom. He stopped and panted. Blood dripped from his body, but his wounds quickly healed. His handsome face was unusually pale as he raised his head abruptly. His long and narrow eyes stared straight ahead like lightning. Damn brat, I want you dead. Fifth revolution divine lightning. With an aura that could destroy everything, it was as if it could kill any god or Buddha that stood in its way. There was nothing that could stop it. Boz. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't say anything. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to kill. He held the unparalleled sword in his hand and continued to use Wushuang City's secret techniques. Previously, he had activated the third revolution divine lightning to block the opponent's fourth revolution divine lightning. Now, he attacked again. Soon, he activated the fifth revolution divine lightning. A sword light shook the sky and earth, shining in all directions. At this moment, everyone lost their splendor. Lei Zhen's pupils violently shrank as his expression became incomparably ugly. This was because this sword strike made his hair stand on end. With a bang sound, he was blasted flying outwards. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his body continuously breaking apart into pieces. Ah! A crazy roar sounded between heaven and earth. In the distance, the 9 spectators felt their scalps go numb. How could senior brother Lei Zhen be injured? No, I don't believe it. They're all crazy. The fifth revolution divine lightning was so terrifying. Once a divine ability was used, no one could block it. But now, he was seriously injured by Lin Wudi. Even his body was destroyed. How strong was Lin Wudi? Could it be that no one could subdue him? The fifth revolution divine lightning was only a so-so. Could he use the sixth revolution divine lightning? Lin Xian looked to the front like a god, looking down on everything with a condescending gaze. Ah! In the sky, the fragments of the corpse quickly healed and reformed Lei Zhen's body. Lei Zhen was extremely ugly. Was he defeated by his opponent? He couldn't believe it. He was crazy. He must use the sixth revolution divine lightning. However, his body, which had just healed, suddenly collapsed. No. The sixth revolution divine lightning was not that easy to condense. With his current physique, he couldn't withstand the power of the thunder at all. Perhaps, he would be destroyed by this power before he could kill anyone. Senior brother Lei Zhen, you can't. Yes, you can't use the secret technique rashly. The 9 spectators in the distance also exclaimed. Although Lei Zhen was a thunder spirit, the secret technique of Lei Zhen City was too terrifying. If he used it forcefully, he might be killed. Senior brother, he must have entered the bronze door and obtained the fortune inside. That's why he's so powerful. Yes, senior brother, push it away first and find another bronze door. After you enter, you'll definitely be able to defeat him. Someone exclaimed in the distance. Chapter 3871. Lei Zhen also calmed down. Kid, just you wait. The humiliation you brought me this time, I'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times over. I'll tear you to pieces. After saying this, Thunder God turned and soared into the sky, wanting to leave. Who were those 9 people with? It seemed that they didn't plan to fight anymore. Because no one was Lin Wudi's match. You want to leave just like that? Leave your heads behind. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword chi between heaven and earth surged over like a wave. You're courting death. Lei Zhen was furious. The fifth revolution lightning rampaged between heaven and earth, turning into a sea of lightning to contend with the sword Qi. The 9 people roared crazily. Damn kid, you've gone too far. Let's kill him together. Someone rushed out crazily. If you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. Lin Xian activated another formation. Flames rushed over like 100,000 flaming mountains, erupting between heaven and earth. Damn it, he still has that kind of flame. There's a formation here. Let's run. The 9 saints were instantly burned by the flames, letting out miserable cries. In fact, even Lei Zhen was enveloped by the flames. The flames made his eyelids twitch wildly. He could only use the 5th revolution lightning to defend himself. The blue tide rose. A terrifying eye technique appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It swept toward the 9 great sage cultivators. The souls of the 9 great sage cultivators were hit. They could have resisted for a while, but now they were burned miserably by the flames. They didn't have the energy to resist at all. So in an instant, they were seriously injured. The 9 of them held their heads and screamed in the air. Their bodies were on fire, emitting black smoke. Damn it, stop. We admit defeat. Please, Great Demon King, spare our lives. The 9 of them screamed crazily. Damn it, don't beg for mercy. Lei Zhen roared angrily. It was too embarrassing. However, the 9 saints were scared out of their wits. We're willing to hand over all our Dao flowers. The Dao flowers on their bodies instantly flew out. He wanted to exchange for his life. However, Lin Xian didn't relent at all. If I want the Dao flower, do I need you to give it to me? I can get it myself. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed all of the Dao flowers in the sky. At the same time, his other hand transformed into tens of thousands of golden warriors, which burned together in the world. He was instantly sent flying. 5 of them had their bodies shattered, while the other 4 coughed out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies shattered. Run! The 4 of them seized the opportunity and quickly fled. They burned everything. Some of them even used 3rd Revolution Divine Thunder, while others used 4th Revolution Divine Thunder to escape for their lives. As for the other 5 people, they screamed. One of them decisively abandoned his physical body and rode on a lightning bead to break through the void. The other 4 also wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian smacked it down again with boundless divine fire. The great spear of destruction flew out and sliced the 4 people in half at the waist. The souls of the 4 people were also shattered. Then, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Lei Zhen. Want to leave? Leave your Dao flower behind. He charged out. The Dao haunt on Lei Zhen's body was very plentiful, making him extremely jealous. Because the other party had actually condensed 500 Dao flowers on his body. He really didn't know how the other party had condensed them. Damn it, how dare you! Lei Zhen roared crazily. The 500 Dao flowers were his foundation. He still wanted to enter the bronze door and exchange for treasures. How could he give them up? He attacked crazily. The 5th Revolution Divine Thunder formed a terrifying blade light in the sky, flashing in all directions. Lin Xian used the terrifying 9-yang Divine Fist to contend with it. The two collided continuously, as if 2 worlds were constantly clashing. At this point, both of them were truly enraged. Although Lei Zhen had been defeated before, he was still powerful. At this moment, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. Even his bloodline power was burning. On the other side, Lin Xian kept triggering unparalleled secret techniques. There were even dragon roars in his body. When the dragon-shaped sword Qi appeared, it was even more powerful. It forced Lei Jin to retreat, several more cracks appearing on his body. And he couldn't erase the sword chi in a short time. Damn it, how was this possible? His opponent still had a trump card. Lei Jin was horrified. He'd never seen this sword chi before. Just as he was in a daze, he roared, his heart bleeding. This was because the unparalleled sword had enveloped him with sword chi, cutting down all the Dao flowers around him. He felt as if a force had been forcibly extracted from his body. He wanted to redeem himself, but the sword cut off his arm. Damn brat, I'll fight you to the death. Lei Jin tore open the void and fled. In the sky, the 500 Dao flowers were directly grabbed by Lin Xian and absorbed into his body. He roared at the sky, sweeping in all directions like a peerless sword god. Previously, after defeating Wang Xiao and the others, he'd obtained nearly 400 Dao flowers, enough for 9 people at home. And Lei Jin's 500. At this moment, there were 1,600 Dao flowers on his body. As he walked, he brought about a strange phenomenon. With so many Dao flowers, Lin Xian finally felt the effect. His nomological laws were automatically cultivating. The laws they cultivated were not complete. They needed to continuously evolve and break through to get closer and closer to the heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, under the nourishment of these 1,600 Dao flowers, he didn't need to deliberately cultivate. His laws were improving. What a wondrous feeling. Lin Xian let out a look of astonishment as he sensed this astonishing change. He wondered what it would be like to condense 3,000 Dao flowers. 3,000 Dao flowers were enough to form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. He wondered how fast the heavenly Dao golden lotus would allow his nomological laws to cultivate. Even though Lin Xian was immersed in this miraculous cultivation, it was only for 5 days. 5 days later, he stood up and prepared to go to the bronze door. He was going to go in and exchange for some treasures. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. This feeling of cultivation was very wonderful. However, exchanging for treasures was more important. After all, he had seen the treasures inside the bronze door. There were really too many. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. It seemed that this was also a choice. Whether to cultivate laws or exchange for treasures, everyone's choice was different. Lin Xian streaked across the void and flew towards the bronze door. There were few people around, but there were still some people. Some people also found the bronze door. Some went in to exchange, some came out, wild with joy. There were also some people waiting for their companions. Suddenly, they all raised their heads. What was that? In the next moment, they were dumbfounded, their eyeballs almost falling out. Chapter 3872. Heavens, there were so many Dao flowers. There must be at least 1,000 of them. More than that. 1,600. Who was this? Was it Lei Zhen who had condensed 1,600 Dao flowers? Or 9-headed Qilin? It could be the 7th prince of the Sun Crows, or the chief disciple of the Grand Desolation Mansion. The crowd discussed fervently. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that they had 100 Dao flowers. It was enough to make their eyes red with envy. Most of them had dozens of flowers and were considered experts. However, compared to the other party's 1,600 flowers, they were like fireflies that could be ignored. Wait, none of them. That person seemed to be the Demon King. Someone cried out in alarm. The others could only hope to see him, but then they gasped. Run! The Demon King is here. They ran away like madmen. Hey, what's going on? Don't run. The people who came out of the bronze door were displeased. What the hell? Why did their companions run away? Didn't they say they would leave together? In the next moment, they were so frightened that they almost peed their pants. Damn it, wasn't that the Demon King? 1600 Dao flowers. They were terrified beyond belief. At this moment, they finally understood why their companions had decided to flee. How many people had the Demon King killed to create so many Dao flowers? We don't have any more Dao flowers, Demon King. Don't attack us, Demon King. They looked like they were about to face a great enemy. Lin Xian glanced at them, then shook his head. He wasn't interested. They heaved a sigh of relief. That was a disregard for them. If anyone else had said that, they would have been furious. But the great Demon King's words made them delighted. They were so emotional that they were about to cry. Sometimes, being weak was also a kind of luck. Many thanks to the great Demon King for showing mercy. The few of them were deeply grateful. They bowed and hurriedly left. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked through the bronze door again. When he pushed open the bronze door and entered for the second time, Lin Xian was still shocked beyond belief. We meet again, young man. You're here already. The bronze emissary chuckled in front of him. Suddenly, he paused, then revealed a look of surprise. 1,600 Dao flowers? You're really surprising. To be honest, during this period of time, he had also received many people who came to exchange. There were very few people who could exchange for 100 flowers, and those who could exchange for 200 flowers were even rarer. Lin Xian brought 350 flowers on his first trip, which was almost impossible. Now, Lin Xian had returned with 1,600 flowers. Tell me your name, young man. Junior Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, this is the title you gave yourself, right? You are indeed ambitious. Lin Wudi, you're the first to successfully condense 1,000 Dao flowers, so you've broken another record. You can enjoy special privileges. Did he break another record? Lin Xian was surprised. Of course, he knew that this record was different from a few hundred years ago. Instead, it was after they opened it this time. What a pleasant surprise. I wonder how much discount I can get this time. Is it still the same as the first time? Half off. If that was the case, he would be rich. He would be able to exchange for even more valuable items. The bronze emissary waved his hand, and the previous light screen appeared again. The treasures were arranged in order. At the same time, he said, since you've broken the record, you have an additional privilege. That is, in addition to the items you can exchange for, you can also exchange for things that are not on the list. You can make requests of me. I will satisfy your corresponding requests based on the number of Dao flowers you have. You can make additional requests. Lin Xian froze, revealing a trace of surprise. Then, he became delighted. This meant that he had more choices. But soon, he was surprised. The corresponding request meant that he couldn't ask for a sky-high price. He could only ask for the price of 1,600 Dao flowers. But that was still impressive. What is your choice? The bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian began to think. He looked at the light screen in front of him. With his current Dao flowers, he could exchange for more powerful combat arts than the 5 element rings, and also obtain more precious pills. Of course, he could also make his own requests. That would be more suitable for him. Now, his ultimate techniques, cultivation, and sword techniques, Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, I want to condense the Edict of Death. Can I? His physique had just improved. It was unrealistic to improve it again. The same went for the Edict of 5 Elements. In addition, the Dragon Sword Soul and the Unparalleled Secret Technique were also very powerful. However, there was one thing that also had unparalleled potential, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's progress. That was the Taiji incantation. He had discovered it in the mist of death, and it had infinite power. But now, he couldn't absorb the power of death. And he couldn't take another step forward. If he could condense the Edict of Death, then the situation would be different. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to form new laws in addition to the Edict of Five Elements. The bronze emissary waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. Then he said in a low voice, "I can send you to a place. Here, you can quickly cultivate the Edict of Death, but whether you can condense it and how powerful it can be depends on your luck. 1,600 Dao flowers will allow you to stay in that place for 3 months. After 3 months, you will be teleported out. Are you willing to go?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded solemnly. "Good." The bronze emissary stretched out a finger and pointed at Lin Xian's forehead. Endless Edict of Death spread out, including Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the sound of thunder resounded in the sky above planet Tianming. Congratulations to Lin Wuti for being the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. Congratulations to the 9 heavens and the world. He thought of this voice 3 times. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light scattered. At this moment, everyone on planet Tianming looked up at the sky. Their eyes widened. What was going on? Who was speaking there? Had Lin Wuti already condensed 1,000 Dao flowers? These people were going crazy. They looked at the dozens and hundreds of Dao flowers on their bodies, and their mouths began to twitch. They thought they were already amazing, but compared to Lin Wuti, they seemed so weak. There were also some people who believed that it was real gold, the bronze door, and that it was released by the existence behind the bronze door. This Lin Wuti was too amazing. He actually made the bronze gate announce it to the world. Damn it, I'm so angry. In a mountain range, a few people were sitting there dejectedly. They'd been discussing how to fight back, but when they heard the news, they coughed up blood. These people were naturally Lei Jin and the others. They just fled for their lives when they heard Lin Wuti's news. Moreover, it was news that everyone was celebrating. To be able to do this, it was definitely the Bronze Gate's doing. Chapter 3873. These people's faces were about to turn green with anger. They knew that Lin Wuti only had a few hundred Dao flowers before. As for his breakthrough to 1,000, it was all because he'd stolen them from them. Damn it, kill him. I'll tear him to pieces. Lei Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The princes of the Fiend City, the Golden Crow tribe, and the New Moon tribe all wore cold expressions when they heard this. We have to speed up. We can't let Lin Wuti continue to be so arrogant. They began a frenzied hunt. The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, and the others were shocked. This kid was so fast. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. The North Demon smiled. Brother Lin was amazing. On the other side, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's face. Great. It's Brother Xian. In a mysterious cave. Shen Jingqiu stood in front, staring at the cave in a daze. Suddenly, he heard a voice in the sky and looked up. It's Brother Lin Xian. Did Brother Lin Xian break a record? That's incredible. Qiu had to work hard too. Qiu had to follow in Lin Xian's footsteps. She seemed to have made a decision as she spoke. Resolutely, she walked into the mysterious cave abode in front of her. As for the cave, it rapidly healed itself. Then, it actually disappeared before their eyes. In a swamp. More than a dozen demonic beasts were roaring non-stop. A figure stood in the middle of them. A very handsome man. They were all stained with blood, but it wasn't theirs. It was the enemies. They'd hunted down many people in the past few days. These powerful monsters didn't have many Dao flowers on them, but the man in the middle had 1,200 of them. As he walked, multicolored light and laws fell. It was truly dazzling. Great, we didn't waste our efforts. His Highness is the first to form 1,200 Dao flowers. He'll definitely shock the world. One of the demonic beasts laughed. The other person also said. That was natural. He had the Qilin bloodline and the nine-headed heavenly snake bloodline. His natural talent was extraordinary. Who could compare to him? Even Lei Jin and the Golden Crow Prince are no match for us. If we break the record this time, it will definitely shock the world. At that time, everyone will have to crawl under our feet. These people from the Demon City were very excited. As for the handsome young man in the middle of them, he had a smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, there was an incomparably domineering and confident look on his face. He was the nine-headed Qilin, a peerless expert with 9 lives. At this moment, they were flying through the air in the direction of a bronze door. In Destiny World, there was more than one bronze door. They were scattered all over the world, and these people had to search for them. The people of the Demon City knew one of the locations of the bronze gates. At this moment, their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they arrived before the bronze gate. Your Highness, please go in. We will wait here. The greater demons of the Demon City replied respectfully. The nine-headed Qilin nodded and walked forward with supreme confidence. He was getting closer and closer to the bronze gate. He guessed that once he entered, he would be able to break the record and shock the world. He would be admired by the world. But when he was a meter away, a voice came from the sky. Congratulations to Lin Wuti for being the first to condense 1,000 flowers of the Tao. Congratulations to him for 9 days. The loud voice echoed through the sky. The nine-headed Qilin stopped in his tracks, the smile on his face frozen. Behind him, the peerless greater demons were also dumbfounded. How was this possible? The greater demons came back to their senses and roared wildly. They felt like they'd gone crazy. They couldn't believe it. There was actually someone who was 1 step ahead of them and had already broken the record. Damn it, Lin Wuti. It was him. How did he do it? Was Peerless City helping him with all their might? Impossible. Only the younger generation of Peerless City had come this time. Those old guys didn't come in. Who was helping him? Could it be the Sky Fiends? The greater demons of the Demon City had all gone crazy. The nine-headed Qilin stood in front of them without a word. His face was terrifyingly dark and his eyes flickered with shocking murderous intent. The void around him was collapsing. He was furious, incomparably furious. He was only 1 step away from entering the bronze gate and breaking the record. He would be the one who would be shocked and admired by the world then. However, he stopped abruptly when he was just 1 step away. Someone had beaten him to it. However, there was one person who was 1 step ahead of him and completed what he wanted to do. This was something he'd never felt before. He was the nine-headed Qilin. His bloodline was so terrifying that he didn't even care about Lei Jin and the Golden Crow Prince. As for Lin Wuti, he didn't care about him at all. Although Lin Wuti had killed many of the Demon City's people, he still didn't care. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Wuti in 1 move. But now, this ant in his eyes had actually spoiled his plans. In the next moment, he turned his head and said coldly. Find Lin Wuti. I'll kill him with my own hands. Your Highness, are you all right? The greater demons felt their scalps go numb. Their Highness didn't get angry or even say anything. However, they could hear the biting cold murderous intent in the voice. Perhaps His Highness was truly enraged. How dare he steal my fortune? I'll let him know how the word death is written. The murderous intent in his eyes was unparalleled. The demon city began to frantically search for Lin Xian's whereabouts. In another place, in the depths of planet Tianming, there was a group of people. These people were also outstanding and had powerful auras. Their faces were also unfamiliar. It could be said that they were incomparably mysterious. At that moment, they also heard the voice in the sky. One of them laughed. Lin Woody. What an arrogant guy. How dare he have such a name? Are there any new rising geniuses recently? Another person frowned and asked. At that moment, a short-haired girl walked over with a disc array. There were many words and images on it. She said. Lin Woody, the third-generation chief disciple of Wushuang City, had only joined a few years ago. However, it caused a huge commotion. Then, all the information about Lin Woody was revealed. After hearing this, these people were surprised. Yes, he's an incredible genius. However, he's too young. I'll put him in the observation list. Interesting. I didn't expect to add another person to the list besides nine-headed Qilin, Lei Jin, and Jin Wu. So what? Although these people are geniuses, they're too young. If they fall behind, they'll fall behind forever. A tall man walked out with disdain in his eyes. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommend. Reward. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, reward. Chapter 3874. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been stunned. Someone was actually disdainful of Lei Jin, the 9 Qilins, and the Golden Crow Prince. Was he even human? It was probably a joke. However, no one would dare laugh at him after seeing his situation. This tall man had 1,700 Dao flowers on his body. The sky was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. None of his companions were weak. All of them had more than 1,500 flowers of the Dao. There were even a few who had more than 2,000 Dao flowers. As expected, another person snorted. Who do they think they are? We just didn't go to the Bronze Gate. Otherwise, these youngsters wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. Enough, don't underestimate them. These geniuses aren't any weaker than us. If they're given the chance, they might soar to the heavens. This time, the heavenly fate planet was a perfect opportunity, so he couldn't afford to underestimate it. A man walked out from the front. He had a hazy aura about him, as if he would ascend to immortality at any moment. Beside him were 2,800 Dao flowers. It was too shocking. Someone had actually managed to condense so many Dao flowers on celestial fate. He was only 200 away from the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Just who were these people? Boss, could it be that you still think highly of them? Someone sneered. Our opponents should only be those on the Holy Pilgrim rankings. Those below the Holy Pilgrim rankings are nothing to be afraid of. They're the boss's match, not yours. Another woman began to correct them. The man with the hazy aura stood with his hands behind his back. They couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget, Peerless City has Fu Hongye. Back then, he was also an earth-shattering figure on the Pilgrim rankings. Now, there was another, and he was the chief disciple of Peerless City. This was Fu Hongye's junior brother. He might be able to make waves in the future. That's because Fu Hongye was born a few hundred years earlier than you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat you on the Pilgrim rankings. Enough with the flattery. Let's get to work and condense the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus first. They began to move. There were several groups of people like them. They all had 2,800 Tao flowers on them. They were very close to forming the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. It seemed that they wanted to condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus and then enter the Bronze Gate to shock the world. These people were doing the same. A man in dark blue armor with a stern gaze said coldly. A mere 1,000 lotuses of the Great Path were nothing to be afraid of. What they needed to do was to condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. I will definitely surpass the others and be the first to condense it. They moved quickly and began to hunt. However, not long after, these people were all stunned. They were even dumbfounded. Even the man with the hazy aura heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. The mighty man in the dark blue armor was so angry that he roared, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Another voice rang out in the sky, congratulating the old demon of the Black Mountain for condensing the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. At this moment, the entire heavenly fate planet was stunned and in an uproar. Now, they all knew some of the secrets. For example, 3,000 flowers of the Great Path could form a golden lotus of the Great Path. It was said that the cultivation effect of the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus was better. This was something that countless people yearned for even in their dreams. But now, someone had done it so quickly. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Especially the top geniuses on the pilgrim ranking. They were dumbfounded. Who was it? They immediately thought of a few people who were as famous as them, but they found that it was not them. It was not their old enemy. The old demon of the Black Mountain. Who was this old demon of the Black Mountain? They roared crazily. They had never heard of that name. Their subordinates also frowned. To be honest, they were also scared out of their wits. Go and find out who this old demon of the Black Mountain is. For a moment, there was an undercurrent. It could be said that everyone was trying to find out who the old demon of Black Mountain was. Only 2 people were dumbfounded. Northern Yao and the Dark Red Dragon. The old demon of Black Mountain? Oh my god, it can't be that old demon of Black Mountain, right? The Dark Red Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Northern Yao's eyes also flickered. Was it really Master? Thinking about it, it should be only him. To be able to condense a golden lotus of the Great Path in such a short time. Probably no one other than Black Mountain who had been to planet Tianming could do it. Even those peerless geniuses would not be able to accomplish such a feat. These 2 pieces of news swept in all directions like a hurricane. One was Lin Wudi, and the other was the old demon of Black Mountain. It could be said that they were well known. The old demon of Black Mountain was especially praised by people. Because they had never heard of such a person before. But now, the other party suddenly appeared and achieved such a dazzling result. It seemed that a storm was brewing. They did not expect that there would be such a big dark horse apart from Lin Wudi. No, they had to get rid of these people. They could not leave such a disaster alive. Orders were given one after another. Lin Xian, the person involved, no longer knew anything. He used his privilege to make a request and was teleported away. When he reappeared, he found that his surroundings were gloomy as if he had arrived at the 18th level of hell. Where was this? What was this place? Lin Xian frowned. The cold wind around him gave him goosebumps. Buzz. He activated the 9 Yang divine body, illuminating the world. However, the places that could not be illuminated still had a strange aura. He was shocked. These bronze messengers were too powerful. Their methods were unpredictable, and they could instantly bring him to such a place. Was this still planet Tianming? Or had he already left planet Tianming? He did not know, but he knew that the other party did not lie to him. Why was the surroundings so gloomy? The death aura was too dense. It was very suitable for him to cultivate. He only had 3 months. He had to make good use of it and condense the laws of death. Thinking of this, he flew deeper. He wanted to find the place with the densest death aura to start cultivating. After flying for a while, Lin Xian stopped. He could not go any further. The death aura here already made his hair stand on end. He would not be able to take it if he went any further. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Taiji art to absorb the death aura around him. He had to admit that this place was too mysterious. It was simply a place born for death. The death aura spread out continuously. The Taiji art in his body circulated quickly. Fortunately, his physique was strong. After eating the 20,000-year-old flame lotus, he was frantically refining some of the medicinal energy that he had not refined, providing his body with strong vitality. It was to balance the Taiji art. Chapter 3875. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lin Xian felt that his power of death had increased rapidly and had reached the level of a nomological fragment. However, he could not condense it into a real nomological fragment. This was already very heaven-defying. To be able to increase his power of death to such a level in 10 days. In addition to Lin Xian's abnormal talent, the resources and death aura of this place were also of great help. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough. A nomological fragment was only one step away from becoming a real nomological fragment, but it could trap him for hundreds of years. If he did not have a special fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for Lin Xian to condense a nomological fragment within 3 months. What should he do? He stopped and began to think about whether he should dive deeper. Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood on end. Who was it? He suddenly turned his head. Golden light blades and terrifying flames shot out from his eyes and swept toward the rear. The cold wind behind him was instantly torn apart. However, there was no one. Lin Xian didn't relax, because in that instant, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. A strong sense of danger was coming from behind him. In this place, other than him, there were other living creatures. Were they some dead creatures? He did not know. The bronze messenger did not tell him this. Suddenly, he exclaimed again and moved his body horizontally. A gust of cold wind swept past the place where he was originally standing. The void there was shattered. Damn it, there was indeed someone. Who was it? Lin Xian activated his divine ability to the extreme and looked in all directions. However, in the next moment, his body froze. A pitch-black hand covered with black fur covered his mouth. All the hair on Lin Xian's body stood on end. The power in his body erupted, wanting to blast the other party away. However, in the next moment, another pitch-black hand grabbed his neck. A terrifying and vast aura of death instantly surged into his body. Lin Xian felt his body turn cold as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. He could not use any power at all. Damn it, who was it? Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't even have the strength to turn his head. He had no idea who had ambushed him. At this moment, a low voice sounded in his ear. If he wanted to cultivate death power Upanishad, how could he not experience death? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Could it be that this person wanted to kill him? Moreover, how did she know he wanted to cultivate the death Upanishad? What was going on? He could no longer think. Because he felt as if his soul was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. That feeling of pitch-black loneliness and helplessness instantly surged into his heart. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. All along, he had been fighting and winning every battle. No matter how strong his enemies were, he would always be able to counterattack. But this time, the feeling of death was really too strange. Is this the feeling of death? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Although he possessed the power of death and had killed countless experts, this was his first time experiencing the taste of death. So that's what it was like. Lin Xian felt that he had a deep understanding of death in an instant. At the same time, he recalled the other party's words. Without experiencing death, how could he condense the law of death? Fight it out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He decided to fight it out. His eyes slowly closed, and so did his soul, which was swallowed by the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian's eyelashes trembled. He opened his eyes. He was incomparably weak. A chilly wind blew, causing one's hair to stand on end. Where was this? Was this the underworld? Lin Xian felt that his soul was like a weak flame that could be extinguished at any time. Why am I here? What happened? His mind went blank for a moment. But soon, he remembered. Could it be that he had already died once? He didn't know. The feeling of death from before was still fresh in his memory. After comprehending his own law, he realized that his law fragments had become more condensed. He was only a step away from the true law. It was indeed useful. The strange experience had given him a deeper understanding of death. But it wasn't enough. Did he have to go through it again? Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't control this kind of life and death in the hands of others. He had to control it in his own hands. Locking spring and autumn. Lin Xian activated his ocular technique and pulled his soul into the Tao, locking spring and autumn. He created an illusion and let him experience life and death through 10,000 cycles. Moreover, he injected all the feelings he had experienced before into the illusory world. This way, he could experience that feeling 10,000 times. Time flowed slowly. The people outside were in a frenzy, constantly fighting over the Tao flowers. In this cold darkness, Lin Xian experienced reincarnation again and again in the illusory world. Boom! Boom! On the 3,200th time, the black fragments on Lin Xian's body fluttered. They formed one strange rune after another. This was the law of death. At this moment, it was finally condensed. The law of death. It carried a sinister aura that was too terrifying. It could strip away everything. However, Lin Xian didn't stop. He continued to reincarnate in the spring and autumn. Crack! Crack! On the 7,200th time, his law of death once again erupted with unparalleled brilliance. An even more sinister aura descended. The law of death had broken through. Finally, after 10,000 cycles, Lin Xian's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. His originally golden pupils instantly turned black, incomparably pitch black, with a soul-stirring aura. The surrounding black storm also swept through the 9 days as he awakened. Had it formed? Lin Xian comprehended the law of death. What a strange aura. Moreover, the law of death was very strong. Indeed, the 10,000 cycles made him experience 10,000 life and death situations. In the 10,000 cycles, Lin Xian seemed to have experienced 10,000 years. How could he not be strong? He didn't know how much time he had left to get out. The fact that he was still here meant that 3 months hadn't passed yet. He continued to sit cross-legged and consolidate the law of death. A day later, countless rays of light appeared on his body and directly teleported him away. When Lin Xian came to his senses again, he found that he was already outside. It wasn't the Bronze Gate, but a mountain range on planet Tianming. Was he out? That was close. He was only 1 day away. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This experience had greatly increased his strength, especially the law of death. It was incomparably strange. Very few people could resist it. He didn't know what had happened outside in the past 3 months. He didn't know how many Dao flowers those people had condensed. Did they enter the Bronze Gate in exchange for any strange Dharma treasures? It seemed that he had to find some people to investigate. Lin Xian rose into the air and quickly flew into the distance. However, just as he flew, a palm directly grabbed at him from below. It was a huge black hand that made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, he recalled the black palm in the 9 Serenities ground. The hand that made him experience death. Chapter 3876. No, it wasn't that palm. Lin Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. That palm made him feel despair, but it didn't have the power of death on it. It only had a ferocious power. It seemed to be the palm of a monster. The black palm slapped out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks spread and the light dimmed. Lin Xian was caught instantly. But in the next moment, endless light flew out from his fingertips. It was a black light, as black as ink. It was extremely strange. As soon as it appeared, the huge palm trembled and then quickly withered. The essence blood on it disappeared and it turned into a bag of bones. Then, even the skin was gone and only bones were left. And this terrifying change spread from the palm to the arm. Roar! Below, there was a crazy roar, and a black mountain suddenly became bigger. It turned out that it wasn't a mountain, but a black demonic ape that had been in a deep sleep. After waking up, it stood tall like a demon god. However, the arm that turned into bones was extremely shocking. The demonic ape stared at Lin Xian and spat out a black blade of light from its mouth. It was like a black river that slashed across. The void was torn apart in an instant. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The stellar transposition pushed the river to the side. The surrounding dozens of mountains collapsed instantly. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand. On it, the law of death spread and gently slapped down. Immediately, the huge body trembled. It withered rapidly. Roar! 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 The demonic ape let out an unwilling roar, and there was deep fear in its eyes. His body began to tremble violently. At the same time, in the nearby mountains, countless monsters prostrated on the ground. They were also stunned. The demonic ape was an overlord of the surrounding area. It was a 5th firmament demon sage with great strength and a strong physique. No one was a match for it. But now, it was easily subdued by a young man. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the demonic ape's physique and essence blood were rapidly draining. In the end, the flesh and blood of the huge corpse dried up and turned into white bones. A mountain of white bones stood tall on the ground. The pitch-black storm swept out in all directions. The plants withered, as if winter had arrived, and everything was dyed with a layer of indescribable blackness. The surrounding demonic beasts fainted from fright. Some of them even knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Xian revealed a look of astonishment. How terrifying! Was this the law of death? It could really turn mountains and rivers into hell. He waved his hand and withdrew the law of death that was lingering in the surroundings. Then, the 5 elemental precepts flew out, and the wood precepts circled around. The desolate land was once again flourishing with vegetation and flowers blooming, returning to its original state. However, the mountain of white bones was still standing there. The law of wood could bring about powerful vitality and recovery, but it could not bring the dead back to life. Lin Xian soared into the air and left the area. As he flew, some demonic beasts attacked him. For example, there was a giant python that was 10,000 meters long. It was lying on the ground like a river. It suddenly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly used the law of death to form a corpse of white bones. There was also a demonic bird that came down from the ninth heaven. It was like a sharp sword and was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. After that, no one dared to provoke him. Boz! Little White jumped out of the black earth and rubbed its confused eyes. Then, it pulled Lin Xian's hair and pointed down. Little guy, are you hungry? Well, I'll find some spirit fruits for you. He activated his eye technique and looked around. He found that there were indeed many spirit fruits below. Some of the spirit fruits were good in the eyes of many people, but Lin Xian was not interested. The little white monkey was even less interested. Among them, there was one that made Little White wild with joy. It was a peach tree, and it was not an ordinary peach. It seemed to be 10,000 years old. He did not expect to encounter such a spiritwood peach. Lin Xian's figure flashed and descended. Little White could not wait and directly disappeared into the air. The peach tree below covered the sky and the sun. Its branches were like horned dragons, and it was very old. Little White picked a few in an instant, held them in his arms, and ate happily. Lin Xian plucked one as well. After consuming it, the strength that he had consumed during the journey instantly recovered. Suddenly, he was stunned and turned his head to look into the distance. Someone was coming. Above the ninth heaven, 3 figures were shuttling quickly. One was holding an array formation, and the other was holding an ancient mirror. It seemed that they were searching for treasures. Suddenly, a woman exclaimed, "Big brother, there's something good below." The woman had an ancient mirror in her hand that flickered with a strange light. Another man was holding an array formation, and runes were jumping on it. "Come, let's go." The 3 of them landed and arrived nearby. They exclaimed. It was actually a spiritwood peach, and it seemed to be 10,000 years old. Great, we're rich this time. Their speed became even faster, and they arrived in the forest below in an instant. When they arrived, they saw that someone was already picking the spiritwood peach. It was a little monkey, and it was very intelligent. The woman exclaimed and wanted to reach out to grab the little monkey. However, she caught nothing. She was surprised and wanted to make a move, but the 2 men beside her looked around inadvertently. In the next moment, they were terrified. "Don't do it." "What's wrong, big brother?" The girl turned her head in confusion. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and the ancient mirror in her hand fell to the ground. "The great demon king!" she screamed. They were not disciples of the sacred city. They came from some of the top clans. Therefore, they had already done their homework on some particularly powerful geniuses. For example, they had imprinted the great demon king's face in their minds, because such a person was not to be trifled with. However, they did not expect to meet him here. The 2 men hurriedly said, "Young Master Lin, our 3rd sister is ignorant and has offended you. Please forgive her." The girl also came back to her senses and said with a pale face, "I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I didn't mean to say that." They could call him the Great Demon King in private. However, if they called him that in front of him and angered him, they would die instantly. Lin Xian stared at the 3 of them, and his eyes flickered, but he did not speak. The 3 of them were nervous. At this moment, Whitey returned, and the small bowl on its head was filled with spiritwood peaches. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke, "You know me." The 3 of them nodded. "Then it's easy. Tell me, what happened during this time?" "You don't know." The girl was stunned, then she realized. That's right, you entered the bronze door, broke the record, and disappeared. How did you know? A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and the law of death spread out from his body. Chapter 3877. A black storm blew, and the three of them felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. They were so scared that they were about to cry. Young Master Lin, please calm down. It's not that we wanted to investigate, but everyone knows about this. The two men hurriedly told Lin Xian what had happened. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be angry. Lin Xian's expression became extremely strange when he heard that. Everyone knew that he had broken the record. Damn it, who did this? Could it be the bronze messenger? Why did it turn out like this? He wanted to hide his strength and give those people a surprise. But now, it seemed that these people would be wary of him. Moreover, some of the top geniuses would be looking for him all over the world. That was indeed the case. It was said that in the past few months, some experts had been searching frantically, but they couldn't find him. That was why they gradually gave up. What else happened? Lin Xian asked. The girl said that after you entered, you broke a record and caused an uproar. Not long after, another person broke the record. He was the first person to condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. Similarly, the 9 heavens celebrated. Someone condensed the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. Lin Xian was too shocked. Who was it? One had to know that it was equivalent to 3,000 Tao flowers, twice as many as him. 9-headed Qilin. Golden Crow Prince. Or some other terrifying genius. The man said that it was none of them. We don't know who he is. We only know that he's called Black Mountain's Old Demon. Black Mountain's Old Demon. Lin Xian's expression turned strange. Could it be that guy from Black Mountain? Thinking about it, it made sense. Only he could condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus so quickly. This old demon indeed knew some secrets. Lin Xian said that if you tell me everything you know, I'll let you go. We don't know much either. We only know some shocking things. For example, the 2 things that I mentioned before. Oh right, there's one more thing. The Golden Palace appeared. It attracted the attention of various factions. It was said that there were a few treasures from the Golden Palace. One was obtained by the Golden Crow Prince, and the other 2 were obtained by 9-headed Qilin. The Golden Palace. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that everyone had gone there. If he went there, he might be able to see Qingqing, Ruffian Long, and the others. Where was the Golden Palace? If you kept flying towards the east, you would soon see a Golden Palace. The palace floated between heaven and earth. The man pointed into the distance and said. Following this, he bitterly laughed. The 3 of us aren't strong enough, so we don't dare to get close at all. We can only look for other opportunities outside. However, young master should be able to enter the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian nodded. He then took out 3 spiritual peaches from Xiao Bai and gave them to the 3. This is the reward for the 3 of you. With that, he tore through the void and left with Little White. The 3 siblings held the spirit peaches in their hands as their minds went blank. The great demon king didn't kill them. Instead, he gave each of them a spirit peach. What was going on? The young girl's face was also a little red. The great demon king was not as violent as the rumors said. Why do I feel that he is very kind? I don't know either. The 2 men smiled bitterly. One of them said that perhaps he wasn't the great demon king in the first place. He was just related to the heavenly demons and was given the title of Great Demon King. Moreover, most of the people he killed were the experts of the holy city who went against him. Other than that, no one had heard of him killing the innocent. Forget it, sister. There's no need to think about it. People like him are worlds apart from us. The three of them put away the spiritual peaches and left the place. East, Golden Palace. A golden palace floated in the sky, emitting millions of rays of light and attracting countless gazes. At this moment, a great battle broke out near the Golden Palace. However, there were more people watching and waiting for the right time. The mountains and valleys near the Golden Palace had all been occupied by people. Among them, there were a few figures who were abnormally terrifying. One of them had a towering divine flame and was extraordinarily mighty. He was the seventh prince of the Golden Crow tribe. He led the experts of the Golden Crow tribe to occupy a mountain. On the other side, there was an extremely handsome person who had many powerful demonic beasts by his side. He was the nine-headed Qilin. There was another person who was covered in lightning and looked like the god of thunder. He was Lei Jin. At this moment, Lei Jin's face was extremely cold and emotionless. Previously, the Golden Palace had spat out 3 treasures. One of them was taken by the seventh prince and the other 2 were taken by the nine-headed Qilin. As for him, he did not even get a single treasure. How could he be happy? On top of that, the incident with Lin Wudi made him feel even more depressed. Next, no matter what treasures appeared, he had to get his hands on them. Other than these 3 extremely dazzling top heavens favorites, there were many other sages around, all of whom were extremely powerful. However, compared to the 3 of them, they were overshadowed. However, no one left. Because they all knew that the Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. The treasures that fell out were already so shocking. If they could kill their way in, their opportunities would be unimaginable. Therefore, no one would leave. Instead, they were all envious and guarded the place. In one of the valleys, Zishui, Tianqin, Shibufan and the others were there. Other than them, the people of Wushuang City were there as well. However, these people were all injured. Damn Lei Xinqing and Demon City, these people are too despicable. And the Golden Crow tribe, they are specifically targeting us. These people were gritting their teeth. To be honest, they were also the geniuses of the sacred city. Although they were not the best, they were still a terrifying force. Especially Guili, the people of Zishui City were extremely terrifying when they joined forces. However, they were being targeted by someone. The sacred city had joined forces to suppress them and there were a few battles. They were all injured and some were even killed. These people did not dare to find trouble with eldest senior brother, instead, they found trouble with us. That's right, when eldest senior brother comes back, he will kill them all. Before senior brother Lin comes back, we can't fight them head-on. Anyway, the Golden Palace is not open yet. Moreover, even if it is open, we might not be able to enter. Some opportunities look great, but we need to be strong. We can go to other places to find other opportunities. Zishui Tianqin said in a deep voice. He had a very clear view of the situation. The others nodded. Indeed, although there were many people here, only a few of them could get the treasures in the end. Most of them could only become cannon fodder. You know your place. Since that's the case, you ants can get lost. A cold voice came from afar. Following that, another voice sounded out. I feel that ants like them are useless in this world. Just send them to hell. Damn it. Zishui Tianqin, Guili and the others turned around and saw Lei Xinqing, Demon City and Golden Crow Tribe's experts. They would not be afraid if any of them came alone. However, they could not defeat the 3 forces together. Chapter 3878. Let's fight one-on-one if you have the guts. So what if you have the advantage in numbers? Sherbufan walked out and roared crazily. Fight one-on-one, right? I'll satisfy you today. A person from the Golden Crow race walked out with terrifying flames all over his body. A great demon also walked out from the Thousand Demon City. She was a female demon with some bewitching fruits growing on her body. She had a terrifying aura. When this person came out, Ghostly and the others' faces changed. They had seen this person before. Previously, when they were fighting for the treasures, they had seen him make a move. The fiery red fruits on the other party's body looked bright as if they were spiritual fruits, but their power was indeed terrifying. At that time, they saw a few red fruits flying out and exploding. It was enough to smash 5 sages into pieces. The other party still had dozens of fruits on him. If he threw all of them over, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The expert from the Golden Crow race was also powerful. He once split 3 experts of the same level with one slash. The last person to walk out was Lei Shiqing. He was even more powerful than Lei Qian. Obviously, they were some top experts. Damn it, they were too despicable. Ji Shui Tiancheng, Ghostly and the others gritted their teeth. Although they were disciples of the Holy City, they hadn't cultivated for many years after entering the Holy City. Their foundation and strength couldn't be compared to these veteran geniuses. However, the 3 of them still attacked. They used their strongest skills and attacked with all their strength. The people on the other side were also furious and attacked crazily. The result was obvious. Ghostly, Ji Shui Tiancheng, and Sherbufan were all injured. What a waste. You can't even block 3 of my moves. The people from the Thunder God City sneered. The people from the Golden Crow race looked disdainful. Such trash also had the right to have ideas about the Golden Palace. Damn it, you just relied on the fact that you entered the Holy City a few hundred years earlier. If you give us another few hundred years, who knows who will win and who will lose? Sherbufan and the others roared. They were really unwilling to accept this. Ants were ants. There was no excuse for them. The banshee with red fruits all over her body said coldly. Are you really that strong? If you have the ability, go find our senior brother Lin. Let's see who will be defeated. The people from Wushuang City roared. Hearing the name Lin Wudi, the 3 people opposite him all frowned. Lin Wudi is strong, we can't beat him. But so what? Someone would deal with Lin Wudi. To tell you the truth, your senior brother Lin has been targeted by many people. As long as he dares to appear, we can guarantee that those people will make him die without a burial ground. Hearing this, the faces of the people from Peerless City changed. It seemed like Wushuang City was already in such a dangerous situation. Alright, there's no need to waste words with you. I'll send you to hell. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe walked out. The other 2 also stepped forward. Don't worry, you won't be lonely in hell. Your senior brother Lin will soon go to hell to find you. A golden crow circled in the sky, bringing with it a powerful flame as it charged down. Sherbufan and the others were in despair. They simply could not block such an attack. Could it be that they were all going to die here today? Ha, give it to me, I'll die. The terrifying golden crow descended, bringing with it a monstrous flame that burned everything. Sherbufan and the others wanted to fight back, but in the next moment, the situation changed. A treasure bottle appeared in the sky and kept the golden crow and the flames in the sky. The terrifying scene disappeared in an instant. Shui Tiancheng and the others opened their eyes. What was going on? They were not dead. Could it be that senior brother Lin had returned? Thinking of this possibility, they were overjoyed. The faces of the three people on the other side changed drastically. Was it Lin Wudi? They kept retreating. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe roared. Who is it? Come out. How dare you interfere with the affairs of the Golden Crow tribe? Do you want to die? The Golden Crow tribe is too arrogant. A cold voice sounded. Then, there was a flash of light between heaven and earth. Then, there was a scream. That arrogant Golden Crow clan elite was cleaved into two halves. Ah! He roared crazily and wanted to fight back, but the seven-colored light shone down and instantly turned him into a bloody mist. Even his soul did not escape. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. Such a terrifying expert from the Golden Crow clan was actually killed in a single move. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudi? Most likely, only he possessed such astonishing power. No, it was not Lin Wudi. It was a woman's voice. They looked around. The people of the Golden Crow tribe roared. Damn it, come out. In the sky, a figure descended. A woman dressed in white descended from the sky. She wore a veil, but it couldn't hide her beautiful face. She was so beautiful. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who was this person? They were all puzzled. Because they did not know her. Even the people of Wushuang City were stunned. Who are you? Feeling the terrifying aura of the other party, the elites of the Golden Crow tribe asked coldly. Meanwhile, the people of Lei Shinqing screamed. Could it be your goddess? Soon, they came back to their senses. When they were in the moon world, there was a seven-colored spirit boat that descended, causing an uproar. Some top elites went forward and asked for an audience. In the end, they were all blocked outside the door. At that time, even Lei Shinqing did not see them. Now that the other party had shot out the seven-colored light, it might be that person. Thinking of this identity, the people of the Golden Crow tribe gasped. Their nerves became incomparably solemn. We have not offended you, right? Why did you kill our people? The woman in white said coldly. I have protected the people of Wushuang City. Do you have a problem with that? You. The people of the Golden Crow tribe opened their mouths but could not say anything. They could only stand there with dark faces. However, their gazes turned to the side. The three of us have joined forces. Are the two of you just going to watch from the side? The two of them looked at each other and then gritted their teeth. The demoness with fiery red fruits all over her body said coldly from Wushuang City. Humph, you are meddling in other people's business. Let's see what's so special about a goddess like you. As a woman, the other party's beautiful appearance and noble temperament made her very unhappy. The fiery red fruits all over her body jumped and she wanted to attack. Chapter 3879. Everyone was stunned again. Even the woman in white was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A woman in a brocade robe flew over from afar. She stood in the void and looked very domineering. Do you want to die? The woman shouted. Who do you think you are? Go to hell. Countless red fruits flew out. The demonic woman was really mad. What day is it today? Why are there so many women who are prettier than me provoking me again and again? She must kill one of them. More than 10 fiery red fruits flew out and blasted the sky apart. Not good. It's over. Ghostly and the others were in despair. Even 5 or 6 sages would die under such an attack. Can the woman who rushed over block it? Humph, you dare to clamor with me. The demonic woman sneered. The people of Demon City were also disdainful. But soon, they were stunned. The fiery red light and terrifying energy that filled the sky were collected by a sleeve. Then the energy disappeared. The woman in the brocade robe stood in the void and was not injured at all. How stingy! How can an ant like you be so arrogant in front of me? She extended a jade-green finger and pointed downward. With a bang, the demonic woman's head was opened. Her soul was destroyed. Her eyes were wide open and she fell to the ground dead. Until her death, she did not believe that this woman could kill her with a finger. So powerful. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of Demon City were dumbfounded. The people of Golden Crow Tribe and Thunder God City were stunned. Zishui Tiancheng and the others were also stunned. What kind of woman is this? Isn't she too terrifying? The woman in white also revealed a look of surprise and looked curiously at the figure in the sky. Who are you? How dare you attack our demon city? The woman in the sky snorted. I'm Li Hongxiu. If you're not convinced, let your 9 Qilins come. Li Hongxiu. The people of Demon City felt their scalps go numb. The people of Thunder God City and Golden Crow Tribe also took a breath of cold air. Damn it, this woman is the legendary Li Hongxiu. She is the daughter of a sage king. Her identity is so noble and her strength is absolutely terrifying. Perhaps no one can suppress her except the chief disciple. The appearance of 2 peerless beauties shocked everyone. Initially, there were countless experts gathered in the surroundings. Hence, the commotion at this moment naturally attracted the attention of countless others. They all rushed over. Heavens, the white-clothed woman was too beautiful. Although her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, it was definitely enough to topple cities and topple the world. Lower your voice. She annihilated the Golden Crow race's powerhouse with a single slash. Do you want to die? Someone said. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. The other woman was also very beautiful. Was she tired of living? That was the daughter of the Saint King, Li Hongxiu. When these words came out, no one dared to say anything else. Originally, they had thought that the 2 peerless beauties could get close to each other and perhaps have a romantic affair. Now, it seemed that he was courting death. Not only the onlookers, but the experts from the Golden Crow Tribe, the Thousand Demon City and the Thunder God City also moved out crazily. Attacking their people at this time, was he courting death? A large number of experts had arrived, but the 7th prince, 9-headed Qilin, Lei Jin, and the others were nowhere to be seen. He was probably cultivating and preparing to snatch the treasures at any time. Although the 3 of them didn't come, there were many other experts who came. Some of the core disciples who were ranked at the top had arrived. They stared at Wushuang City with unfriendly expressions. Wushuang City would definitely die today. No matter who came, they would not be able to change this fact. The man from the Golden Crow Tribe who had just arrived was very domineering. He stared at the white-clothed woman. Die for me. He was going to destroy her ruthlessly. However, the result of the battle was shocking. The Golden Crow race's powerhouse's body was shattered and he fled in fear. Everyone was terrified. This woman was really too mysterious. Who was this person? Someone said that there was a 7-colored light on her body. It was very likely that she was the 7-colored goddess who had descended back then. When these words came out, everyone gasped. So it was her. No wonder. Rumor had it that the mysterious woman had met Lin Wuti alone and even Lei Jin didn't want to see her. It seemed that she had a special relationship with Lin Wuti. It was understandable that the other party wanted to protect Wushuang City. The people of Wushuang City suddenly realized that there was such a thing. It seemed that these were all senior brothers' friends. Li Hongxiu also said, Lin Xian is my friend. His junior brother is my junior brother. Let's see who dares to touch him. The demon city was not convinced. A young genius had appeared. He was a golden rock. He was very powerful and his bloodline was even more terrifying. However, he was still defeated by Li Hongxiu. This Li Hongxiu was too strong. Yes, he was probably not weaker than Lei Jin and the others. There was also that white-clothed woman. She also had the strength of a chief disciple. Would Lei Jin and the others take action? They probably wouldn't. These three people had reached the most critical juncture. These things definitely wouldn't attract them to take action. Unless Lin Wuyi came. Would Lin Wuyi come? No one knew. However, there was an expert from Thunder God City who had come. He was called Lei Yuan. He was even more terrifying than Wang Xiao. He was here on Lei Jin's orders. If there was anyone among these people who hated Lin Wuyi in Wushuang City, it would be Lei Jin. Hence, the expert he had sent was extremely terrifying. Where was Lin Wuyi? Tell him to come over and take care of him. After the thunder source arrived, it made a clamor, shocking everyone. Lin Wuyi didn't come. However, if you shout, I can guarantee that you will go to hell now. Li Hongxiu stood out. On the other side, the white-clothed woman didn't say anything. However, there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. In the sky, countless moonlight appeared and turned into a few figures. One of them stepped on a crescent moon. She was like a fairy in the moonlight. Everyone looked up to her. Heavens! She must be the princess of the New Moon clan. So beautiful. What day is it today? The beauties of the second astral realm were all here. They were definitely here for the Roland's Golden Palace, but they were here on the way. However, why was the princess of the New Moon clan here? Didn't the New Moon clan go against Lin Wuyi previously? Everyone was confused. Li Hongxiu and the white-clothed woman also looked up. Li Hongxiu frowned and asked, Gao Yu, are you here to take action too? Gao Yu shook her head. Although Lin Wuyi had some conflicts with my clan, he didn't have any conflicts with our clan. Moreover, he saved me before and I am indebted to him. Today, I am here to repay him. It was related to Lin Wuyi again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people from the three great sage city were also shocked. Originally, they thought that Wushuang City was weak and that Lin Wuyi wasn't here. It was a good opportunity for them to take action. However, they didn't expect that Lin Wuyi had made so many friends. He didn't come, but so many experts came. Each and every expert gave them a headache. Chapter 3880. After that, Gao Yu attacked Lei Yuan. Lei Yuan counterattacked crazily, but how could he be Gao Yu's opponent? He was quickly killed. I'm here to repay my kindness. Does your Thunder God City still want to attack? Why don't you give me some face? Gao Yu's voice was very pleasant, but the people of Thunder God City had ugly expressions. They discussed for a moment, then said, all right, let's let them live for a while longer. Next time, I think Fairy Gao Yu won't stop us anymore, right? Naturally. There was only one chance to repay a favor. Gao Yu said. When the people of Thunder God City heard this, they waved their hands and left. They quickly left with their people. They actually left a sacred city. Everyone was in an uproar. What about you? Do you want to scram or die? Li Hongxiu nailed it. People of Thousand Demon City. Let's go. The people of Thousand Demon City gritted their teeth. Li Hongxiu's identity and strength were not weaker than Gao Yu's. In fact, she was even stronger. Naturally, they could not attack again. Well, let these people live for a while longer. When Lin Wudy came, he would deal with them together. The people of Golden Crow clan also left. The surrounding experts and geniuses were dumbfounded. They were too powerful. 3 women had scared away 3 great sage city. If this were to spread, the world would definitely be in an uproar. But thinking about it, these 3 women were really too terrifying. Each of them was not inferior to the chief disciple. Seeing that the enemy had left, Li Hongxiu snorted coldly. She turned her head and stared at the woman in white. Someone from Kunlun Pavilion. The woman in white nodded. My name is Murong Qingqing. You are Brother Xian's friend, right? Thank you for your help this time. Murong Qingqing, it really is you. Li Hongxiu suddenly realized and asked. I am indeed Lin Xian's friend. What about you? Are you also a friend? Murong Qingqing smiled sweetly. I am Brother Xian's woman. When these words came out, the people of Wushuang City were stunned. Then they were surprised. As expected of eldest senior brother, he was indeed blessed. Of course, there were also some people who were puzzled. For example, Wang Xiaofeng and the others. What about Shenjing? They knew that Shenjingqiu was also Lin Xian's woman. At this time, Murong Qingqing turned her head to look at them. Oh right, where's Brother Xian? Where is Qiu, Where are they? Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng was relieved. It seemed that Shenjingqiu also knew about the existence of Murong Qingqing. Forget it, it was better not to worry about their eldest senior brother. Li Hongxiu also asked, yeah, where's Lin Xian? Why hasn't he appeared after causing such a big mess? We don't know either. Senior apprentice brother Lin hasn't appeared yet. He's probably still inside the Bronze Gate. Then, they turned to Murong Qingqing and said, as for junior sister Shin, we didn't meet her either. She didn't come with us, and we don't even know if she's reached the celestial fate planet. Murong Qingqing frowned when she heard this. She wasn't too worried about Lin Xian. As for Shenjingqiu, she was a little worried. She didn't know what had happened to Qiu. Qiu was blessed by the heavens. She should be fine. Murong Qingqing thought to herself. At this time, Li Hongxiu also said, that kid hasn't come yet. It seems like you guys are in danger. Let me give you a piece of advice. This place is too dangerous. You guys should go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Thank you, fairies. We think so too. Zishui Tiancheng cupped his fists. The other martial artists from Wushuang City were also very grateful. After they thanked them, they quickly left. The news quickly spread. The entire area around the Golden Palace was in an uproar. There were already many top experts here. Now, with the addition of 3 stunning beauties, the surrounding area was in an uproar. These 3 beauties weren't just beautiful. Their strength was also top-notch. They were all as strong as the chief disciples. This situation was even more confusing. No one knew who would be the final winner. It was hard to say. Lei Zhen and the rest were very strong, but the newcomers, Li Hongxiu and the rest, were also very strong. In the next few days, everyone was shocked again. Other than these few people, more experts arrived. Every one of them was very famous. However, this had nothing to do with Wushuang City anymore. Zhishui Tiancheng and the rest quickly left the Golden Palace. They were prepared to go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Halfway there, they stopped. They met 2 people. The North Demon and Ruffian Dragon. The North Demon and Ruffian Dragon were also surprised. Why are you guys back? Have the treasures been divided? Zhishui Tiancheng sighed. Senior brother Lin isn't here. We don't have the strength to take over the Golden Palace. Moreover, we were previously besieged by 3 holy cities. Fortunately, eldest senior brother's 3 friends arrived and helped us out. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. What? There's such a thing. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. The North Demon also frowned. These holy cities were too much. Although they weren't from Wushuang City, they were close to Lin Xian. Moreover, they had fought side by side with Zhishui Tiancheng and the rest. They were already familiar with each other. The dark red divine dragon asked. Who are his friends? The Holy King's daughter, Li Hongxiu, the New Moon Clan's princess, Gao Yu, and a mysterious goddess called Murong Qingqing. It's them. The North Demon was shocked. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. I know. Are you guys going to leave just like that? I'll bring you guys back. If we can't do it openly, we'll play dirty. Damn it, aren't they despicable and shameless? I want to see how they're going to work together. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yes, we must fight back. All right. Guili, Shibufan, and the rest also gritted their teeth. They already had the idea of fighting back. However, they didn't have a leader. Now, the North Demon and the dark red divine dragon were here. These 2 were extremely powerful. Especially the dark red divine dragon, who was proficient in formations. If he could lead them, they might even be able to take revenge. Then, these people secretly went back to kill. The dark red divine dragon set up a formation. First, he tricked the people of Thunder God City, then he attacked the people of Thousand Demon City. He even tricked the people of Golden Crow Clan. It caused a commotion in the city. In an instant, the people around Roland's Golden Palace were in a state of panic. Everyone knew that a formation expert had recently taken action. Moreover, it was against Thunder God City, Thousand Demon City, and Golden Crow Clan. Without a doubt, it was related to Wushuang City. Thunder God City and the rest were also gritting their teeth in anger. They searched frantically, but they couldn't find anything. This made them so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Damn it, don't let me catch you guys. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. The experts of Golden Crow Clan roared crazily. The beasts of Thousand Demon City also looked unfriendly. In the dark, the dark red divine dragon and the rest sneered. In Water Sky City, Shibufan and the rest were incomparably excited. Finally, they got their revenge. This time, the 3 great sage cities had lost many geniuses. They finally got their revenge. However, the dark red divine dragon was still unwilling to give up. According to his words, this was only the beginning. He would slowly play them to death. Chapter 3881. Ever since Lin Xian received the news about the Roland's Golden Palace, he had been flying towards the east. However, he was a little far away. He flew at full speed for a few days but still did not see the Roland's Golden Palace. He was not worried. As long as he was in the right direction, he would see it. After another 5 days, he finally saw a golden light in the distance. It was circling the heavens and earth. The dazzling light was shining like the sun. Come to think of it, that should be the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile when he saw the phenomenon. He was about to increase his speed when he heard a shout from below. Get down here. At the same time, 2 rays of blade light slashed down. The two attacks were extremely terrifying. They cut through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength was so great that he dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Now, there was someone who dared to attack him. Wasn't he courting death? He frowned and looked down. He wanted to see who was so reckless. Below him, there were more than 10 figures. Their auras were extremely powerful. He even saw people from the Thousand Fiend City and the New Moon clan among them. It's these people again. How dare they provoke me? Are they courting death? Lin Xian's face darkened. With his strength, other than the two chief disciples of the holy cities, no one else was worthy of his attention. Since these people were here to die, he would fulfill their wishes. His body swayed and he flew down. The people below were stunned. This person was not simple. The two people leading the group frowned. However, they soon sneered. This was even better. They needed some powerful geniuses. Thousand Monster City, New Moon Clan, do you want to die? Where are nine-headed Qilin and the First Prince? Tell him to get down here and die. After Lin Xian came down, his cold voice was heard. Among the people below, a few of them jerked their heads up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was him. They were dumbfounded. The two leaders frowned. Who was this kid? How dare he be so arrogant? After coming down, he was shouting in front of them. Brat, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Come down at once, and kneel before us, and await our judgment. The two of them looked very arrogant. Lin Xian was also stunned. That shouldn't be the case. These people didn't recognize him. One had to know that he did not disguise himself. This was his original appearance, and everyone in the world knew that. Why did these two people still dare to treat him like this? Are you too blind? Don't you know who I am? Lin Xian sneered. How dare you speak to me like that? The other two were furious. You're courting death. Kid, do you know who we are? There was no need to talk nonsense with him. This brat was too arrogant. Just take him down. One of them harumphed coldly and stretched out his hand. The power was extremely terrifying, and even Lin Xian was shocked by it. Something was not right. These two people did not seem to be ordinary people. He also stretched out a palm and slapped forward. With a boom, the two withdrew their palms. Lin Xian swung his arm. His strength was quite strong. Compared to ordinary geniuses of the holy city, he was much stronger. Who were these two people? A piercing light appeared in his eyes. The person opposite him was even more shocked. His arm was numb from the shock. How was that possible? Could this person be the chief disciple? Kid, who exactly are you? Before Lin Xian could speak, a genius of the Crescent Moon clan next to him spoke. Don't you know? He was Lin Wudi. Yes, didn't the two of you want to find some top genius saints? This Lin Wudi is more suitable than us. Oh, he's Lin Wudi. The two people were stunned, then their eyes bloomed with incomparable light. Are you Lin Wudi? You're the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. Yes, it's me. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? The two people did not answer, but sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? You think you can break the record? Let us show you our strength. The two people snorted, and light bloomed on their bodies. There were countless Dao flowers around them. They bloomed with multicolored light, illuminating heaven and earth. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. One of them had 1,800 Dao flowers, while the other had the Dao flowers. The other one had 1,700 flowers. What was going on? Why did these two have so many flowers of the Tao? It was unbelievable. How is it, kid? Are you shocked? Let me tell you, we condensed these Tao flowers a few months ago, far shorter than you. That's right, we just didn't enter the bronze door. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. The two looked disdainful, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xuanzu frowned. Something was not right. These two people were not ordinary people. Disciples of the sacred city couldn't be this strong. When he'd encountered the lightning formation, Lei Zhen had only had 500 Tao flowers. No matter how strong the others were, they wouldn't be much stronger. However, these two people were clearly beyond his imagination. They'd been able to condense nearly 2,000 Tao flowers in such a short time. This was very unlikely. Unless they'd killed many top powerhouses in succession. But why hadn't he heard of such a person before? Among the crowd, those from the Crescent Moon clan and Myriad Monster City sneered. Lin Wudi was dead for sure this time. Although they were also in a precarious situation, it seemed that they had a scapegoat now. They wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Wudi would be killed. The reason for that was because they knew how frightening the strength of those two individuals was. Who are you people? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Kid, listen up. We're from the Grand Desolation Mansion, and we're going to recruit some geniuses as our subordinates. You should be honored that we've taken a liking to you. Come with us obediently. It'll be the greatest honor of your life to work for our young master. People from the Grand Desolation Mansion. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and snorted coldly. I was wondering who it was. So it was the Great Desolate Mansion. I've already killed one of Huang Shisan's clones. How dare a mere chief disciple act so arrogantly in front of us? Are these two people crazy? The two of them looked at him with disdain. Kid, it seems like you're really ignorant. Our young master is not the chief disciple, but an existence even more powerful than the chief disciple. Our boss has already condensed the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus, which is far beyond your imagination. If he wants to kill you, he can do it with just a glance. Therefore, submitting obediently is your only chance to live. How could there be such a powerful person in the Grand Desolation Mansion? Lin Xian was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even a chief disciple couldn't be so powerful. Moreover, if they weren't a chief disciple, who were they? Chapter 3882. Kid, I'll let you know before you die. Listen carefully. Our young master is a prodigy on the pilgrim roll. He's not someone you can compare to. The pilgrim roll. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. There was actually such an existence? It should be a roll. Those who could be on the roll were the most outstanding experts. Their strength should surpass the chief disciple, but why hadn't he heard of them before? Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the two thought that Lin Xian was scared silly. Kid, how is it? Now you know that there's always someone stronger, right? Do you think you're strong just because you defeated a few holy city cultivators? Let me tell you, you're far from it. Obediently submit to us now. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the people from the New Moon race and Myriad Demon City sneered. The arrogant Lin Wudi is finally going to bow his head. They were happy to see that. But as soon as they laughed, someone snorted. What are you laughing at? You're also slaves. Go ahead and explore the cave. If you're slow, I'll break your legs. Immediately, the people from the New Moon race and Myriad Demon City had ugly looks on their faces. Damn it, they really deserved to die. They were also experts. Which one of them wasn't high and mighty? Now, they were being treated as slaves. Damn it, why do I really want to see Lin Woody explode? Yes, although we're rivals with Lin Woody, I also want to see Lin Woody display his strength. Impossible, these two people are definitely stronger than Lin Woody. Damn it, aren't those on the Pilgrim Roll active in the depths of planet Tianming? They shouldn't be in the same region as us. Why did they come out? They gritted their teeth. Hearing these words, Lin Xian came to a realization. It turned out that there was a group of top-notch experts who had entered with them. It was just that they usually weren't in the same region as them. He didn't know why they had come out to capture some people as slaves. It seemed that they had encountered some trouble and needed some people to probe. It should be an ancient formation or a restriction. These people were really ruthless. They actually captured the experts of the holy city and used them as guinea pigs. However, they had come to him. He could only say that they didn't know what was good for them. Is the Pilgrim Roll that powerful? The two of you, kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I leave you two a whole corpse. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Lin Xian's words made everyone's eyelids twitched. The people of Demon City and New Moon Clan cried out in surprise. That arrogant great demon king had returned. They knew that with Lin Woody's character, even if he knew he couldn't win, he wouldn't be so quiet. As expected, the other party was about to make a move. The two experts from the Great Desolate Mansion were startled, and their faces darkened. To you Xians. RRRR Xian die. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and float, or I'll cripple you. We'll make you wish you were dead. People who can't be used by our young master are enemies. There is no need to keep them. You have two choices. Make your choice. The two of them looked extremely cold. No one dared to resist them. Those who dared to resist either knelt down or died. My choice is for you to die. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes were shining with an incomparable light. He attacked crazily. Two gigantic palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they slammed forward. A terrifying light tore through the void. In an instant, it shrouded the two of them. You're courting death. The two of them roared. They didn't expect Xian to attack. After dodging the attack, their faces darkened. Who's going to fight? The two of them looked at each other. The skinny one stepped forward. I'll fight. Why? Do you want to fight me one-on-one? You two are not enough. Let's fight together. On the other side, Lin Xian waved his hand. The two of them looked cold. One of us is enough to deal with you. The skinny one charged forward. 8 desolate fist. Boom. The fist carried a desolate aura that swept across the world. Lin Xian was completely shrouded. The place where he was turned into ruins. The destructive aura was so powerful that it made the eyelids of the people in the holy city twitch. The skinny one retracted his palm and sneered. You can't even withstand a single blow. Don't tell me you're going to kill him. I'm going to capture him and torture him until he's better off dead. The other one frowned. The skinny man said, we still have a mission to complete. Long delays may cause trouble. The two of them were calm. It was as if they could kill the insufferably arrogant demon king with just a raise of their hands. The people in the holy city were completely dumbfounded. Was this the strength of the Pilgrim Roll? These two people were not even on the Pilgrim Roll. How could the subordinates of those on the Pilgrim Roll be so powerful? They felt a sense of despair. The two of them were only so-so. What's there to be arrogant about? At this moment, a voice rang out from the void that filled the sky. Then, a figure tore through the void and strode over. It was Lin Xian. His body was unscathed and shone brightly. Although this strength is strong, it's still not enough to hurt me. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. In the end, the two of you are just subordinates. If you let your master fight, you might be able to put up a fight. But the two of you are not enough. He didn't die. The two of them were stunned. They turned their heads and their eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. How dare you look down on us? Die! The skinny man rushed over once again, turning into a torrent of water. He felt humiliated. He couldn't kill his opponent in one move. It was a black mark in his life. Ants should be killed in one move. He used the 8 Desolation Fist again. This time, the power was even more terrifying than before. The sky in front of him kept shattering. It couldn't withstand the power at all. The saints and sky prides of the Thousand Demon City and the New Moon clan were trembling. He was too powerful. Even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand this punch. I've said that the two of you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Come at me together. Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked. How dare you not dodge? The skinny one snorted. This time, the other party will definitely die. However, in an instant, he realized that something was wrong. The other party's fist seemed to have become even more terrifying. Like a golden crow, it swept through the world and collided with his 8 Desolation Fist. That terrifying power caused his arm to go numb. At the same time, what made him even more terrified was that after that punch, the other party's fist kept falling like a meteor. In an instant, his arm was bent. Damn it! He was suppressed in terms of strength and physique. Impossible! He roared crazily. The 1,700 path flowers on his body bloomed with light. His fist came down from the sky. He was like a fierce tiger that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Chapter 3883. Lin Xian raised his palm and a ball of black aura pulsated above it. They turned into black runes one after another, and with a terrifying aura, they slammed forward. After 3 consecutive slaps, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He stood with his hands behind his back. The people below were all stunned. Was the battle over? In the sky, the powerhouse from the Great Desolate Mansion roared crazily. He wanted to attack, but as he ran, his body quickly withered. A lot of white hairs appeared on his head. In an instant, his body withered as if he had aged 1,000 years. What's going on? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? That person roared in the sky with endless fear in his eyes. Do you think you can fight against me? Lin Xian looked down at him. To put it bluntly, you're just a slave. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Compared to the chief disciple, you're too weak. You've only cultivated for a few hundred years, so there's nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian's words were ruthless. The people from the Great Desolate Mansion couldn't tolerate it. Damn kid, what did you do to me? Especially the man who had aged 1,000 years, his face was full of fear. He rushed over as if he had gone mad. Die for me. Everything was over. Lin Xian slapped forward with a pitch-black palm. The law of death erupted and swept forward. Between heaven and earth, a black storm blew up. Everywhere it passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The law of death disappeared and a pile of white bones fell from the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, now had 1,700 Dao flowers. Damn it! How could it be? The people from the New Moon clan in the Myriad Demon City widened their eyes in disbelief. To be honest, they also hoped that Lin Woody could win so that they could be free. However, they couldn't imagine that Lin Woody could win so easily. He was a super powerhouse from the Great Desolate Mansion. Their generation couldn't resist him at all. But in the hands of Lin Xian, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Moreover, he died in a very strange manner. He had actually turned into a pile of bones. Damn it, what exactly was Lin Woody using? Why did that person become so old? Why do I feel like he's capable of taking away lives? These people felt their heads go numb. The other expert from the Great Desolation Mansion roared furiously. Damn it, how dare you kill our people? Do you know what kind of people we are? If you kill us, our young master will definitely not let you off. Our boss is a top expert on the Pilgrim rankings. If your boss were to say this personally, it might be useful. But you don't have the qualifications to threaten me. As for the Pilgrim rankings, although I don't know much about it, I can tell you that one day, I will also be able to step onto it. Therefore, your boss has nothing to be arrogant about. On the other hand, you guys act high and mighty, but in fact, you guys can't even withstand a single blow. Any of the chief disciples would be able to defeat you, let alone me. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Indeed, these two were strong, but their talent, bloodline, and martial intent couldn't be compared to the chief disciples. Although these people were showing off, the chief disciples would surpass them once they left the Heavenly Fate planet. This was the advantage of being a super genius. Even if they started late and couldn't compare to the other experts, once given the opportunity, they would soar to the sky. That kind of improvement was something that others couldn't achieve in their lifetime. Therefore, Lin Xian had many enemies, such as Lei Zhen, the 7th Crown Prince, and the 9-headed Qilin. However, Lin Xian didn't treat these two as his opponents. Because they weren't qualified. Brat, you're arrogant. Just you wait, I want to see if you'll still be so arrogant when our young master personally arrives. This person soared into the sky, intending to leave. Was he escaping? The saints below were dumbfounded. They had been forced to become slaves, but they didn't expect such a powerful person to escape. Had Lin Woody become so terrifying? You can't escape. Stay. Lin Xian turned into a streak of light and charged over. He tore through the void, invincible. That person pulled out a long sword and slashed in all directions. A desolate aura spread out. That person knew how powerful Lin Xian was. He seemed to be able to take away life, so he didn't dare to fight too hard. Instead, he relied on his terrifying ultimate skills to fight against it. The Great Desolation Mansion had a secret ability called the Great Desolation Scripture. It was incomparably terrifying, and this person was using it. This aura was very strange. It was indescribable. However, its power was unfathomable, and it made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian was still fearless, especially when the law of death appeared endlessly. He used the laws of death to form many death crows, which rushed over and completely enveloped that person. No. That person's life was quickly draining away. His hair turned gray, and he aged more than 1,000 years. He was terrified. Damn it. He cut off one of his arms and directly self-destructed. With a loud boom, the black crows were all torn to shreds. Then, he fled into the distance. Lin Woody, I will fight you to the death. He fled frantically. Want to leave? Leave me one. Lin Xian activated the laws of death again, and the overwhelming number of gray crows rushed over again. And this time, he activated the unparalleled secret technique, which stimulated 5 times the power, causing his laws of death to instantly increase in power. This power was too terrifying. It was overwhelming. Everywhere the black torrent passed, it was as if a black hell had descended. In the end, that expert was also killed. Was he dead? The people below were completely stunned. They were dumbfounded. This was simply a miracle. Would their chief disciple be able to withstand it? They didn't know. Damn it, this Lin Wudi was too terrifying. That's right. Who could stop his footsteps? Damn it, he didn't seem to know the laws of death before. How did he cultivate? He entered the bronze door. What did he get? Was it this kind of law? At this moment, these people were completely scared out of their wits. The previous Lin Xian was already incomparably powerful, making people despair. Now, there was the addition of this near-death law. Who could still resist? Lin Xian ignored these remarks. At this moment, his body was undergoing a strange change. Killing the other party, he had an additional 1,800 Dao flowers. The two added together, it was already 3,500. 3,000 Dao flowers could condense into a heavenly Dao golden lotus. At this moment, those great Daos were rapidly interweaving, and were undergoing astonishing changes. Between heaven and earth, laws danced, and aura pervaded. Finally, it formed a golden lotus, bobbing up and down beside Lin Xian. Chapter 3884. The golden lotus in the sky was completely condensed from the great Tao. It was abnormally vast and majestic, emitting thousands of rays of light. There were even mysterious notes that pulsed between heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient god was whispering. What a wonderful feeling! Lin Xian was surprised. Was this the heavenly Dao golden lotus? Compared to the Dao flower before, the effect was much better. If he could maintain this state of cultivation for a long time, he estimated that a year would be comparable to a few hundred years outside. This was a very rare cultivation opportunity. One had to know that Lin Xian hadn't cultivated for long, and he had to face all the powerhouses in the universe. In this way, time was very important to him. Now that there was an opportunity to greatly shorten the gap in time, how could he miss it? The heavenly Dao golden lotus. Heavens, he actually condensed the heavenly Dao golden lotus. The people below were all stunned. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they felt the other party's gaze looking down. Retreat. These people quickly fled. Want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The death edict turned into black chains that swept out in all directions, completely sealing this part of the world. Please, don't kill us. These people were terrified. This kind of death edict made their hair stand on end. They could only support their own laws to resist. Even so, they felt that the slightest carelessness would deprive them of their vitality. The death edict was a very strange law, and its power was unfathomable. These people didn't dare to resist at all. I'm willing to offer the Dao flower and beg for our lives. These people didn't have many Dao flowers on them, only about 100 or so. It seemed that these people should have passed through the bronze door. But it was better than nothing. More than 800 Dao flowers appeared beside Lin Xian. A golden lotus bloomed, surrounded by countless flowers of the great Dao. It made Lin Xian look like a god. You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll suppress you for 500 years. Lin Xian conjured 2 mountains to suppress these people. These 2 mountains, one of them was the 5 Elements Mountain, the other was the Death Demon Mountain. They covered the sky and earth, completely sealing these people. The earth trembled, the clouds rolled, and all sorts of miserable cries for mercy rang out. However, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he turned his head and looked ahead. Previously, the two people from the Great Desolation Mansion had wanted to capture some geniuses to explore the cave ahead. In that case, there should be something in the cave. He flew in the direction he had come from. Sure enough, there was a cave in front of him. Looking at it from a high altitude, this mountain looked very strange. It was like an overturned gourd. There were two caves with one entrance. The cave at the front was small while the one at the back was large. He wondered what was inside. Lin Xian used his Tianji God eyes, but he couldn't see through it. Since that was the case, he might as well go in and take a look. Lin Xian had originally planned to go to Roland's Golden Palace, but this cave had piqued his curiosity. Since the Roland's Golden Palace couldn't run away, why not explore this mysterious cave first? Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, they entered the cave. It was very dark inside the cave. Some places were covered with moss, and there was even the sound of dripping water. It seemed to be a very ordinary cave. However, the deeper he went, the more Lin Xian felt a mysterious aura. He found some skin. He didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, but it was very old. It turned into ashes with a slight touch. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed that there seemed to be a faint light flashing in front of him. In this dark cave, it was like a bright pearl. He quickly turned his gaze and looked forward. He found some broken stones in front of him, and there was a light under those stones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and all the stones flew out. Soon, the light became stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire cave. The next moment, Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. This is the elixir of immortality. His eyes were wide open. He was too shocked. He had seen this elixir in the nest of 10,000 dragons before. However, back then, countless experts and saints were in hibernation. That elixir was incomparably mysterious. He had only seen it before, but he couldn't obtain it at all. He didn't expect to see it again here. The immortal elixir in front of him was the size of 2 palms. It was like a small true dragon, vivid and lifelike. The aura emitted from it was really too terrifying. Lin Xian discovered that this small immortal elixir kept hitting the surroundings, but it was bounced back by the array formation. There was actually an array formation sealing it. But thinking about it, how could such a precious elixir not have an array formation protection? Lin Xian began to walk around the array formation to observe. He frowned. This array formation was very strong, but it had been set up for too long. Its current power was no longer the peak of the past. It wasn't impossible for him to destroy it. Lin Xian decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. To be honest, he was really too excited. One had to know that the immortal elixir was something that only great emperors were worthy of possessing. If others could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. If they obtained it, they would be able to live a second life. This was equivalent to having 2 lives. Although Lin Xian was still young, the path to becoming a great emperor was incomparably difficult. No one could guarantee that they would be able to take that step in the end. Now that there was such a divine elixir here, how could he not be moved? Taking a deep breath, he took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul and used all of his strength to break the array formation. This was a difficult battle. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was such a terrifying unparalleled saint technique, but it only managed to create a small crack. However, Lin Xian wasn't discouraged. Not to mention a month, even if it took him 8 to 10 years, he would still break it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. During these 3 months, the Roland's Golden Palace outside spat out several treasures, causing everyone to fight. Lei Zhen risked his life and obtained one. Other than that, Li Hongxiu, Murong Qingqing, and Gao Yu all fought hard and obtained a treasure. There were even some who obtained it. Among them, there was a woman in a black dress who was very mysterious. Countless people exclaimed. Had the people from the Ghost Hell Land also come? This battle had caused the three rivers to shatter and the heavens to shatter. Many experts had fallen, and some of the younger generation had risen up and become famous. After this battle, everyone went into hiding again, waiting for the next opening of the Roland's Golden Palace. In the gourd cave, Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. This was great. His eyes shone with a piercing light. In the beginning, it was difficult to break the array formation, but after the first crack, the speed at which it was broken was simply 1,000 miles a day. It was really too fast. This array formation would soon shatter. 10 days later, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the array formation. The surrounding light quickly dimmed. This was great. Lin Xian waved the dragon-shaped sword, causing the crack to widen again. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at it. Not old medicine, here I come. All of a sudden, the godly herb let out a cold laugh. Following that, it drew a line of light and pierced toward Lin Xian's forehead. Chapter 3885. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the elixir of immortality to be so powerful. It made his hair stand on end. He had no time to dodge, so he could only use his heavenly secret divine eyes to shoot out terrifying golden light blades. Even the sound of the blue tide was used by him. The surrounding void continued to shatter. With a clang, the eye technique light blades he shot out were actually shattered. Even the blue tide had a crack in it. That thing was right in front of him. Fortunately, his heavenly secret divine eyes were not for show. That thing was also affected. It screamed crazily and rolled away. Damn brat, how dare you hurt my soul? The voice was filled with resentment. Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? Was this the aura that a stalk of divine medicine could emit? He focused his attention. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. No, the appearance of the true dragon divine herb had disappeared. There was no great path or light in front of him. In its place was a toad lying there, staring at him with a pair of big eyes that were emitting a terrifying light. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. Where was the true dragon divine herb? Could it be that it was snatched away by the other party? Or was there no true dragon divine herb at all? Was everything a trap? Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. The toad snorted coldly, then laughed. Don't you know who I am? Kid, I have to thank you for helping me break the array formation and letting me see the light of day again. At the end of his sentence, he began to chuckle. Oh no! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, it was really the other party. The true dragon divine herb from before should be the other party's illusion. He did not recognize it at all. The toad's cultivation was too profound. Moreover, why was the other party sealed here? One had to know that this was the celestial fate star. It opened once every 500 years. Each time, only the top elites could enter. They were looking for the celestial fate and opportunities. However, they could not stay here indefinitely. After searching for opportunities, they would still be teleported away. The celestial fate star had been sealed for a long time. Why would the other party appear here? Was the other party a creature of the celestial fate star? Was it sealed by the powerhouse who came to the celestial fate star last time? Who am I? Kid, I'm a supreme demon saint. My blood flows in my veins. You're just a puny human. Why aren't you kneeling and greeting me? Just you. A toad. Lin Xian's face. It seems that you don't know how strong I am. Fine, I'll suppress you first and make you my human pet. This toad was spouting nonsense. He puffed up his cheeks and spat out a mouthful of green liquid. Lin Xian was originally filled with disdain. However, when he sensed the liquid, his expression changed. He Lin Xian's ss pus the void heavens Lin's ss brat, you're running pretty fast. Can you dodge it? He's Lin's attack. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. Who cares what you are? I think you've been sealed for too long. How dare you attack me? He raised his hand, and countless laws revolved around him as he slapped forward. The 9-yang divine fire danced. This attack completely enveloped the other party's tongue. In the next moment, the toad screamed and retracted his tongue. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, I'm scalded. Kid, if you dare to burn me, I'll drown you. As he spoke, he puffed up his cheeks again, and with a swoosh, he spurted out a terrifying wave. The law of water was unparalleled. It could actually contend against the 9-yang divine fire. It was really unbelievable. What's the origin of this toad? One had to know that the top geniuses outside were no match for Lin Xian. Was this toad's strength not inferior to the chief disciple? At the thought of this, Lin Xian decisively made his move and charged forward. The two of them fought. The more the toad fought, the more shocked he became. To be honest, its origin was extraordinary. Although it was suppressed, it did not mean that it was weak. Now that it was out, it thought that it could laugh in all directions. However, it did not expect to encounter such a difficult opponent as soon as it came out. Damn kid, why is he so strange? Toad, you think you can sweep through the world? Let me tell you, I'm the weakest in the outside world. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to go out. I advise you to obediently dig a hole and bury yourself in it. Impossible. The toad jumped up with a face full of fear. This is the weakest strength. It would not believe it even if it was beaten to death. Or could it be that the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes? Lin Xian sneered. He could feel that the other party's heart was in chaos. Because there were some flaws in the other party's divine abilities. He seized the opportunity and quickly counterattacked, suppressing the toad to a disadvantage. At the same time, he approached the toad with his strong physique and kept hitting it. The toad kept rolling on the ground as its eyes rolled back. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that the other party's physique was extremely strong. He could not break the other party's body. Damn it, it hurts. The toad was so angry that it was foaming at the mouth. It could only roll its eyes. I'll fight it out with you. His body suddenly swelled, and his cheeks were like pinwheels that kept bulging. A terrifying aura flowed out. It seemed that the other party was going to use his trump card. Lin Xian also attacked decisively. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and the law of death flew out, turning into dozens of black chains that rushed forward. Take my killing move. The toad on the other side shouted. Just as it was about to attack, it realized that many black chains had appeared around it, trying to bind it. It had a disdainful look on its face. Its physique was so strong that even if it was bound, it could not hurt it at all. However, in the next moment, it screamed in horror. Damn it, what is this? Its swollen body instantly caved in, and its entire body bounced up, tearing through the void. It snatched away the cage. You actually know this kind of law. It was too shocked. Just now, its chi and blood seemed to have encountered ice and became weak. It had not felt this way for many years. Damn it, who are you? Are you the successor of the Ghost Emperor? Or the successor of the Emperor of Death? It screamed crazily. Ghost Emperor. Emperor of Death. Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that it's an Emperor-level figure? This toad actually knows about Emperor-level figures? He asked. What? Since you know my background, it seems that your background is not small either. Kid, don't try to trick me. The toad said in bewilderment. Now, let's go our separate ways. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, its body swayed, wanting to leave. Chapter 3886. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless laws of death condensed in the sky, forming a black curtain that pressed down from the sky. He stopped the other party. Damn it, what do you want to do now? The toad jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated, pulling away. Don't you think it's too easy to leave? I was the one who saved you, but what I wanted at that time was the immortal medicine. Who would have thought that it was a toad like you? You owe me an immortal medicine. Now, return it to me. Damn, kid, don't take advantage of the situation. The toad jumped up. Let me tell you, I'm not to be trifled with. Don't think that your laws are powerful. If I want to fight, you might not be able to beat me. Is that so? Then let's try. Lin Xian attacked again. You're courting death. The toad was also angry, and the two fought again. This time, heaven and earth shattered, and the surroundings kept collapsing. He didn't know what was wrong with this gourd mountain. After such a terrifying battle, it wasn't damaged at all. Alright, let's stop fighting. After thousands of moves, the toad begged for mercy. He was in pain all over, and his blood was boiling. He even vomited blood. There was nothing he could do. Although his skin was thick, the other party's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, there was the law of death. He was in danger at any time. Stop fighting. Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't let go so easily. The great dragon sword soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. The toad's bloodline trembled, and he was shocked. Dragon's roar. Damn it, who exactly are you? As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a sword light. This sword almost split him in half. Stop, I admit defeat. I'm afraid of you, okay? The toad was really afraid this time. Don't you want treasures? I know, I'll take you there. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped and asked coldly. Don't play tricks with me, or you'll end up very miserably. Humph, don't underestimate me. Since I've said it, it's hard to take it back. As he said that, the toad waved his claws. Follow me. He hopped in front and led the way, while Lin Xian followed behind him cautiously. Soon, he realized that Toad wanted to continue walking inside. This was originally a gourd cave. The front cave was small, while the back cave was large. He had released the toad from the front cave. At this moment, the place they were heading to was the large cave at the back. The cave became even darker. There was a mysterious aura around him. Fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong. Moreover, after cultivating the law of death, the cold aura around him was no longer a threat to him. However, he didn't know what the treasure was. After walking for a while, the toad stopped and said unhappily, "We're here. It's just ahead." Lin Xian condensed his divine flame into a small sun that floated above his head, illuminating the surroundings. There was nothing in front of him. Lin Xian frowned. Damn Toad, what are you up to now? The Toad snorted coldly. Brat, what do you know? The treasures here are not something you can understand just by looking at them. You'll know what they are once you walk over. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian sent him flying with a kick. Then help me scout the way first. The Toad drew an arc in the air. Damn it, you dare to kick me. The Toad fell to the front and was very dissatisfied. It rubbed its cheeks and wanted to fight back. However, it rolled its eyes, turned its head, and began to dig at that place. It was unknown what it was digging. The next moment, it became excited. Good stuff, it was indeed good stuff. Boz. Lin Xian grabbed Little White out of the black earth. Little White was eating the spiritwood peach unhappily. Lin Xian asked if there were any treasures in front. Little White's black gem-like eyes looked for a long time and revealed a hint of suspicion. I'm not sure. Lin Xian was surprised. I'm not sure. That's interesting. One had to know that Little White was an expert at finding treasures. If there was one, there was one. If there wasn't one, there wasn't one. He didn't know what it meant. Could it be that there was really something mysterious in front? This Toad wasn't lying. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. He walked forward. When the Toad saw Lin Xian walking over, it took 2 steps back. Kid, I'm definitely not lying to you. As it spoke, it pointed forward. Lin Xian took another step forward and walked in the direction the Toad pointed at. At the next moment, he activated his ocular technique, wanting to see what was going on. At this moment, the Toad beside him suddenly retreated. Ha ha ha. It let out a smug laugh. You definitely can't imagine my acting skills. Go and die. Not good, it's a trap. Lin Xian turned his head. Before he could use his power, he instantly disappeared. There was a trace of spatial power in front of him. The Toad jumped up and sneered. You want to fight with me? I'll play you to death. Just as it finished speaking, spacetime shattered and a huge palm grabbed at it. Damn, it could actually counterattack. The Toad was shocked and hurriedly dodged. You have some ability, but you're definitely going to die. It dodged the golden palm and let out a smug laugh. Just as the voice chuckled, a shabby little bowl suddenly appeared above his head and put him inside. Boz. With a sway of his body, he disappeared as well. The flames in the cave were extinguished and pressed down again. Even the gourd mountain outside slowly disappeared as if it had never appeared. There was a loud bang. A low voice came from the empty hall, followed by the Toad's crazy roar. Damn it, who dares to scheme against me? Just as he finished speaking, he was stepped on by a foot. His eyes were about to pop out. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. I told you not to play tricks, but you didn't listen. Do you really think I can't kill you? Damn it, damn kid, let me go. I'm going to fight you to the death. Lin Xian didn't let go. He stepped on the Toad with one foot and asked coldly. Tell me, where is this place? If you let me go, I'll tell you. Lin Xian shot out the chains of the law of death and locked it on the Toad's body. Then, he let go of his foot. If you dare to play tricks again, I'll turn you into a pile of bones. Damn it, how dare you kidnap me? The Toad was very dissatisfied, but after being slapped a few times, it quickly became obedient. Its eyes darted around, as if it was very puzzled. It had already dodged the other party's palm, so why was it still brought here? In the next moment, it saw a little monkey sitting on the other party's shoulder, and a shabby small bowl on its head. Damn it. How could it forget? It was that bowl that brought it here. Could it be a treasure bowl? It gritted its teeth, and its eyes lit up. Wasn't this guy too mysterious? Whitey also looked at the toad, and then revealed a look of disdain. It stuck out its tongue and stuck it out at the other party. What an ugly toad. Damn it, little guy, who are you calling ugly? The toad jumped up. In the end, it was stepped on by Lin Xian again. Hurry up and say, I'm impatient. Guess where they were teleported to? Chapter 3887. Kid, you are very lucky. Do you know where this is? This is the famous Roland's Golden Palace. There are countless treasures inside. This is a place that countless experts want to enter. However, even if they break their heads, they might not be able to enter. Now, you have been sent here by me. This is the good fortune that you have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. How dare you treat me like this? Roland's Golden Palace. You are saying that this is the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian was stunned. His destination was the Roland's Golden Palace. He thought that he would be delayed for a while. However, he did not expect to arrive at the Roland's Golden Palace. Wait, that's not right. Why is it so desolate? There was no one around except for them. Didn't they say that countless experts and geniuses had come to the Roland's Golden Palace? He looked at the toad with suspicion. This made the toad very unhappy. Damn, kid, what's with your eyes? Are you suspecting me? Lin Xian nodded. I am very suspicious of you. Damn. The toad was so angry that it was about to vomit blood. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from outside. It came from the passage and reverberated in the hall. What was that sound? Lin Xian frowned. The toad sneered. There must be people outside attacking the Roland's Golden Palace. Did those reckless fellows think that it would be so easy for them to come in? Attacking the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. If that was the case, countless geniuses had gathered at the Roland's Golden Palace. However, the situation was different from what he had imagined. Those people did not come inside. They were all outside the Roland's Golden Palace. Perhaps it was very difficult to enter. Therefore, those experts and geniuses were attacking outside. As for him, he had arrived here with ease. Interesting. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, it would be a pleasant surprise. He looked at the toad and said coldly, Damn toad, since you know that this is the Roland's Golden Palace, you should know where the treasures are. Lead the way. You owe me an immortal divine herb. As long as you give me treasures, I can spare your life. Kid, don't go overboard. What is an immortal divine herb? The Roland's Golden Palace does not have it. Indeed, no matter how mysterious and powerful the Roland's Golden Palace was, it might not have the immortal divine herb. That item was too rare. Even a great emperor might not have it. However, Lin Xian's reply was a terrifying foot and the terrifying law of death. The toad was very cowardly and quickly compromised. I'll take you there. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Lin Xian warned from behind. Last time, you set me up, so I let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll madly activate the law of death and destroy your soul. Lin Xian didn't know if the toad was really obedient or if Lin Xian was just lucky. Not long after, they found a treasure trove. To be exact, it was a side palace. There was a stone platform inside, and on top of it was a bowl. Inside the bowl, there was some liquid. It was as white as jade and emitted a wave of pure energy. Lin Xian was overjoyed after reading it. Could this be dragon marrow? After seeing this, the toad's eyes turned red. It opened its mouth and wanted to eat. He was sent flying by Lin Xian's slap. Whitey came to the stone platform and cried out excitedly. It used its small claws to touch the liquid and tasted it. It was rolling in the air happily. Lin Xian also picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful. Gulp. He felt as if the power in his body was about to explode. That kind of comfort was even better than eating 10 golden crows. Damn, kid, don't go too far. Leave some for me. The toad's eyes turned red. He was really anxious. This really was dragon marrow. The dragon marrow of the earth wasn't something that belonged to dragons. It was formed by the dragon veins of the earth. This wasn't ordinary dragon marrow. It was the highest level of dragon marrow. The dragon veins of an entire world would only produce 1 drop after 1,000 years of condensation. The dragon marrow in the bowl was only about 1/3 of the bottom of the bowl. However, it was formed by dozens of worlds over 1,000 years. Even the holy city didn't have such wealth, but here it was. How could the toad not be anxious? He wanted to go all out. His body swelled again. The black chains of the law of death began to tremble violently. Lin Xian was shocked. This toad was indeed extraordinary. He still needed it to continue searching for treasures. So he stopped. There are 3 drops left for you. What? Only 3 drops left. The toad's heart was bleeding. Its eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Lin Xian sneered. Do you want us to split it? You're ruthless. With a swoosh, he sucked the 3 drops into his mouth. In the next moment, his body was covered in a multicolored light. It was too comfortable. He was so excited that he jumped wildly. It was as if he wanted to tear the world apart. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. How could he waste such a good thing? He quickly refined it. His physique might even be able to reach a higher level. There were more than 30 drops in the bowl. Lin Xian ate 20 drops, Whitey ate 10, and the remaining 3 were given to the toad. Lin Xian's body glowed as he ate. The dragon sword soul in his body roared. This thing was very useful for the recovery of the dragon sword soul. On the other side, the toad didn't attack. Instead, it hugged the bowl and sucked crazily. The bottom of the bowl was rotten. I can't waste it. In the end, he wanted to eat the entire bowl. It almost burst his mouth. He could only spit it out again. Let's go and search again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up. The toad's eyes were about to pop out. Damn, kid, you've digested it. You haven't improved your cultivation. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. More than 20 drops. That was top-grade dragon marrow. It could be condensed in a world. After eating it, Lin Xian should have improved by leaps and bounds. But it seemed that there was no change. Lin Xian said, "How can you know my foundation? Lead the way." To be honest, he was also shocked. This thing made his physique stronger, but it didn't break through. After all, what he cultivated was a divine body. The legendary physique was harder to cultivate the further one progressed. The resources required would also increase exponentially. In the end, it would increase by dozens or hundreds of times. Therefore, it was much more difficult to improve the 9-yang divine body. In particular, there was still the dragon sword soul. It was probably even harder to evolve than the 9-yang divine body. Therefore, this dragon marrow was really not enough. Let's go and find it. The toad was also spirited this time. He began to bargain. In the end, Lin Xian decided to give him 5 drops when he found it. The toad was about to go crazy with anger. But on second thought, it was better than 3 drops. Therefore, he couldn't wait to start searching. Sure enough, this guy really found it. There was another stone platform with a bowl on it. The amount of dragon marrow inside was about the same as before. After the few of them divided it, they were incomparably excited. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength had changed, especially his physique and dragon sword soul. They had become stronger than before. He didn't break through. If he wanted to break through, he would need much more energy than others. However, his strength had still improved. Moreover, his laws were tempered by the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus, and his physique and dragon soul were nourished by the dragon marrow. His strength could be said to have improved comprehensively. But when they found the 3rd stone platform, they were stunned. Chapter 3888. What's going on? The bowl is empty. The toad jumped up. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that it was eaten by someone 500 years ago. There was still some energy left on it. It was eaten by someone just now. Damn it, who was it? Someone came in. The toad screamed. Lin Xian was astonished as well. The little white monkey beside him took a closer look and nodded as well. Yeah, the ugly toad was right. Someone just got it. Lin Xian was too shocked. What's going on? Is there anyone else in the Roland's Golden Palace other than them? Had the people outside already broken in? Damn it, don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I'll teach them a lesson. The toad gritted its teeth. This shocked them. Soon, they found that the door of a secret room in front of them was pried open. The array above was also broken. It can't be, who is it? This time, the toad was really panicking. The dragon marrow on the stone platform was stolen. There was no problem. It was someone else's good luck. However, how could the restriction be so easily broken by someone else? That made his hair stand on end. Damn it, could it be that someone in the Roland's Golden Palace was alive? The toad trembled all over. Lin Xian also frowned. He asked, what's going on? Is there someone else in the Roland's Golden Palace? He was too shocked. The toad knew that it had said something wrong, so it quickly shook its head to deny it. What did I say? Someone must have sneaked in. Let's go and find that guy. I must find him. How dare he steal my summon? I'll teach him a lesson. The toad jumped in front of them hurriedly. Lin Xian knew that this toad must have many secrets in its heart. However, the other party would definitely not say it out loud. Forget it, now is not the time to discuss these things. When the time comes, let's see who took the treasure first. The political and legal department here was not broken. The toad was very excited. It seems that we are ahead of that person. Can you break the array? Lin Xian asked. The toad looked for a long time and said, it's not easy to break. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What's there to be happy about? The toad was so angry that it vomited blood. At this moment, a voice sounded behind them. The few of you actually managed to find this place. Do you want me to help you break the array? Lin Xian and the others were shocked and they heard the voice. They turned around. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The toad, on the other hand, jumped crazily. Behind him, a pitch-black figure floated. The aura on his body was incomparably mysterious. He wore a large black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. The other party floated in the air, looking indescribably terrifying. Lin Xian was astonished. Then, his face lit up with joy. It was indeed him. Ha, laughed the figure. How am I being unkind? Didn't I say that the opportunities on Heaven's fate planet depend on yourself? I didn't even bring my disciple with me. I'm already very kind to you. It turned out that the mysterious figure was none other than He Shan. He disappeared after entering the Heavenly Fate planet. Lin Xian heard that He Shan was the first person to condense the Heavenly Golden Lotus. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seemed that he was mysterious and knew the secret of the Heavenly Star. Otherwise, how could he appear here? He Shan was also shocked. You're amazing. You can come here. Outside, countless geniuses and chief disciples were crazy. They couldn't even enter the Roland's Golden Palace. You also seem to have gotten a lot of good stuff, right? To be honest, He Shan was shocked. He could come here because he had been to the Heavenly Fate planet once. But where was Lin Xian? Why was Lin Xian able to come here? Not just anyone could enter the Roland's Golden Palace. It was a coincidence. It was all thanks to this guy. Lin Xian pointed at the toad. He Shan also looked over and revealed a look of surprise when he saw the toad. His aura was not ordinary. The toad felt goosebumps. He stiffened his neck and said, "Old Black, what are you looking at? Have you never seen me so handsome?" Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He Shan was silent for a while. He Shan also said, "Can I beat him up?" "Sure, whatever." This guy's skin was very thick. Lin Xian shrugged. He Shan let out a strange laugh and started to attack. "Damn, how dare you bully me? I'll fight it out with you." The toad wanted to fight back. But the outcome was very tragic. He was beaten black and blue. Damn, how could this old black be so powerful? The toad felt that it was unbelievable. Especially the mysterious aura on the other party. He couldn't see through it. Damn it, this was an incredible person. Although his cultivation wasn't very strong, his aura was simply too mysterious. "Alright, kid, hurry up and find your opportunity. I'm going to find mine." After saying that, He Shan turned around and floated away. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the rest went on their way again. Outside the Roland's Golden Palace. At this moment, the elites had already started to attack. Because there were no treasures flying out during this period, they were not satisfied. Especially the chief disciples, who were terrifying elites. They decided to attack the Roland's Golden Palace. If they could break through the defense and enter, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Especially the chief disciples who took the lead. Everyone was full of confidence. They started to attack crazily. However, the outcome was out of their expectations. They attacked together for 5 days, but they couldn't break through the defense. This made them feel hopeless. Could it be that they couldn't enter at all? Damn, how could it be? Lei Zhen, the 9-headed Qilin, the 7th prince, and the 1st prince gritted their teeth. They couldn't accept this fact. Damn, I don't believe it. They attacked crazily again, but it was useless. Just as they were in despair, there was a change in the Roland's Golden Palace. Above the Roland's Golden Palace, countless lights appeared. The door opened. However, it only lasted for a short time. This shocked everyone. What was going on? The Roland's Golden Palace opened on its own. That was great. They waited quietly. They were waiting for the next time it opened, and then these people would fight. Everyone wanted to enter, but the time was too short. These people wanted to be the first to enter. In the end, it was a stalemate. When the Roland's golden door closed, no one entered. Everyone vomited blood. "Aw, damn, I can't take it anymore. Let's go in order." The seventh prince walked out and said loudly, "Sure, I'll be the first to enter." The nine-headed Chelan was extremely handsome. His voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard clearly. Chapter 3889. You're courting death. The seventh prince was furious. He made this suggestion because he wanted to be the first to enter. How could he let the other party get what he wanted? The nine-headed Chelan turned around and stared at the other party. He was not afraid at all. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." The suggestion was naturally impossible. None of these chief disciples were willing to submit to others. Therefore, when the golden door opened for the second time, these people fell into chaos again. However, Lejean turned into a ray of light. A pair of thunder wings appeared on his back. There were runes on the wings. The thunder spirit body and bloodline were fully activated, causing his speed to reach the extreme. Buzz! In an instant, he rushed forward. In the next moment, he disappeared from the Golden Palace. "Damn it, how dare you!" The seventh prince roared crazily. The first prince also roared and attacked. The surrounding people were all furious and attacked crazily. The laws were like waves, covering the sky and covering the earth. They swept forward. However, the Golden Palace was closed. The energy only caused a slight ripple when it hit the door. It did not cause any damage at all. Damn it! The nine-headed Chelan's handsome face was covered with ice. The others were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it! Why did he let this Lejean beat him to it? This was great. On the other hand, the Thunder God City was cheering. Their chief disciple had entered. Moreover, he was the first to enter. Not only that, he was the only one to enter. Didn't that mean that the entire Golden Palace had become Lejean's backyard? He could take as many treasures as he wanted. Thinking of this, the people of Thunder God City were so excited that they almost fainted. The others naturally knew this as well. Therefore, their eyes were red as they stared at the Thunder God City with unfriendly expressions. Damn it! The seventh prince was the first to get angry and attacked first. The first prince also attacked. Even the nine-headed Chelan attacked. Damn it, what are you trying to do? The people of Thunder God City were so scared that their hair stood on end. You can't do this. They were sent flying in an instant, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. With someone taking the lead, the other experts naturally attacked as well. In an instant, the people of Thunder God City screamed in pain. Some of them were seriously injured. Many of them vomited blood crazily. Of course, no one died. It seemed that these sacred cities knew their limits. Perhaps they were afraid of Lejean. After all, it was unknown what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter one would obtain after entering the lightning array. They were only attacking now to vent the anger in their hearts. However, even with this being the case, Thunder God City was still dealt with in an extremely miserable manner. Damn it, damn it. Some of the disciples gritted their teeth, but they were stopped by the experts. Don't worry. Wait for Lejean to come out. At that time, we'll be able to sweep through everything. Yes, wait for senior brother Lejean. These people began to wait expectantly. Inside the Golden Palace. With a flash of light, a silhouette streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was Lejean. After he came in, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's great. He was really too excited. He was the first to come in, and also the only one to come in. He could have as many treasures as he wanted, so how could he not be happy? Deep in Roland's golden palace. The toad was startled. Damn, who's making that weird noise? Could it be that Black Mountain old ghost? Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and frowned. It wasn't He Shan, it was someone else. Someone had entered. Let's go and take a look. Naturally, Lin Xian heard some of the rumbling outside as well. During this period of time, the experts outside had been attacking crazily. Thinking about it, someone must have succeeded. How many people had entered this time? Were the people from Peerless City among them? Were Chior and Qingqing here? Did Ruffian Dragon and the Northern Demon come in? Lin Xian was very concerned about this, so he was prepared to go and take a look. Damn, kid, you're not going to look for treasures. Forget it, I'll go with you. The toad called out twice and realized that Lin Xian didn't turn back, so it could only follow. Actually, in these few days, they had also realized that other than the treasures at the beginning that were easier to obtain, the remaining treasures had extremely strong seals that were difficult to break. Perhaps there was something else going on in the Golden Palace. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He had to figure out who had entered the room first. On the other side, Lei Jin stopped laughing and started to look around curiously. The spacious hall and the passageways that extended in all directions were bottomless. He didn't know where they led. However, thinking about it, no matter which path he took, there should be treasures. He took the main path and flew forward like a bolt of lightning. After flying for a while, he stopped. What's going on? His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His smug smile froze on his face. Lin Wudi. It's you. Damn it, how is this possible? How can you be here? Lei Jin screamed crazily. He was about to be confused. Wasn't he the only one who came in? Why was there someone else here? Moreover, the other party was in front of him. Could it be that the other party had already come in? How was that possible? One had to know that they had been guarding the Golden Palace. During this time, they didn't see Lin Xian at all, let alone someone else coming in. It would definitely alarm them. Therefore, they were sure that no one could enter. However, the other party appeared here. This made Lei Jin very confused. In front, Lin Xian also stopped, revealing a hint of surprise. Then, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the loser. Why, is it only you? Where are the powerhouses of Thunder God City? Stop lying in ambush and come out quickly. Right, where are the Golden Crow Prince and Nine-Headed Qilin? Tell the two of them to get over here and die. Are you courting death? Hearing the words loser, Lei Jin was so angry that he vomited blood. Kid, I don't need anyone else. I can take care of you alone. Lei Jin gritted his teeth. Losing to the other party last time was a great humiliation to him, so he must kill his way back. With just you. Lin Xian was disdainful. You're not my opponent. Lei Jin vomited blood. Don't underestimate me. My current strength is much stronger than before, and I even obtained a treasure. Do you really think you can defeat me now? The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Indeed, he had risked his life and obtained a treasure. What he obtained was a talisman paper, a very ancient talisman paper. There was a great Tao drawn on it, and no one knew who carved it. However, its power was unparalleled. There was a long sword carved on it. After Lei Jin obtained it, he studied it. He found that as long as he poured his energy into it, the long sword on the talisman paper would appear and be used as a weapon. Its power was much stronger than an ordinary saint weapon. It was a high-grade saint weapon that could reach the moon level. Chapter 3890. That was too extraordinary. One had to know that it was very difficult for ordinary people to own a saint weapon. Even if they did, it would only be a low-grade saint weapon. It was already very rare to have a mid-grade saint weapon, let alone a high-grade saint weapon. Although this talisman wasn't a saint weapon, it could erupt with the power of a high-grade saint weapon. Of course, there was a flaw, and that was the time and number of times it could be used. Lejeune guessed that this thing was left behind by an ancient super saint and could be used 3 to 5 times. The number of times it could be used wasn't much, but it was enough to kill the opponent. This was equivalent to a trump card, and Lejeune planned to use it from the beginning. "Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lejeune took out the ancient talisman and released his energy. The ancient talisman bloomed with light, and a thunder sword appeared in his hand. The aura it emitted was too terrifying. The current Lejeune was confident that he could fight against a minor saint. "Damn, there's actually a treasure!" the toad exclaimed, and so did Lin Xian. He narrowed his eyes. "This aura, is it a high-grade saint weapon?" "No, it's not an ancient saint weapon, but something similar to one." It seemed that this Lejeune also had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian was surprised. This was already very amazing. One had to know that his unparalleled sword was only a mid-grade saint weapon of the moon level. After all, it was modeled after the weapon of a saint king. It was more of a symbol of status. In addition to the unparalleled sword, Lin Xian also had the Great Destruction Spear. This was an inherited weapon, so Lin Xian didn't know its specific grade. But thinking about it, it should be very mysterious and powerful. Anyway, Lin Xian's strength had increased, and he felt that the power of the Great Destruction Spear had also increased. Other than that, he had never seen a high-grade saint weapon. He didn't expect that the opponent had something similar. "Kid, are you afraid?" "If you're afraid, then kneel down obediently." Lejeune began to laugh maniacally. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You don't know what's good for you. I don't need to personally deal with a loser like you. Toad, you go." Lin Xian kicked the toad away. "I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Defeat him for me." "Damn. Brat, don't go too far." The toad was also angry. "I'm not your little brother, so what right do you have to order me around?" Lin Xian said. "If you beat him, I'll give you 3 more drops of dragon marrow the next time I find it." "Damn, kid, you're a man of your word. I'm going to fight it out with him." The toad turned its head and stared at Lejeune. "Come over here and kneel before me," obediently admitting defeat. Lejeune was fuming with anger. A toad dared to show off in front of him. "Lin Wudi, what's the meaning of this? Don't tell me you don't dare to fight me." Lin Xian shrugged. "You're no match for me. I'll just let my underlings fight." The toad was also enraged. "Damn, you actually dare to ignore me. I'll beat your face until it blossoms." It opened its mouth and spat out a green poisonous liquid. The liquid spread between heaven and earth and swept towards Lejeune. "You're courting death. I'll kill you today and then kill that kid." Thunder flashed in Lejeune's eyes. He was really angry. The power of thunder exploded from his body. It was unparalleled, causing the entire heaven and earth to shake. The toad was even more arrogant. "When I ruled the world, your grandfather wasn't even born yet." Boom! Lei Zhen couldn't take it anymore and attacked. The terrifying fist blasted out in all directions, and the sky was filled with lightning. He didn't need to use his killing move to deal with a toad. Therefore, he kept the talisman. In his opinion, he could kill the toad with a single attack. However, things were out of his expectations. The toad's strength was beyond his imagination. The toad rampaged between heaven and earth. After being struck by the thunder, its body turned black and it let out a miserable cry. "Damn, you dare to attack me! I'll vomit you to death." More and more green poisonous liquid spread between heaven and earth, melting the thunder. The toad charged forward. With a cry, it spat out a sound wave. The supreme great Tao surged and filled the air. The sound wave was like a peerless heavenly blade that charged towards Lei Zhen. "You're courting death." Lei Zhen was furious. How could a toad be so strong? He attacked crazily. The two of them fought. One move, two moves. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and watched the battle. "You dare to call yourself a peerless genius? I think you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes." Ah! Lei Zhen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was too embarrassing. He couldn't even defeat a toad after 100 moves. The toad was also clamoring. "Damn, this kid's strength is not bad. He can actually fight with me for so long. Interesting. Look at my ultimate move." A ray of light flew out. It was like a red sunset rolling in the sky, tearing apart the thunder. Lei Zhen was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the length of this ray of light was beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded. Then, it quickly grabbed over. Godly Toad Fist. The toad raised its claws and slapped over in an overwhelming manner. Lei Zhen's body was surrounded by lightning. Although his defense was strong, a few slaps landed on his face, leaving claw marks on his face. Lei Zhen's eyes immediately turned red. "Go to hell." An unparalleled power of thunder erupted. The pair of thunder wings on its back turned into a heavenly blade. However, when the toad attacked, it took away the poison and seeped into Lei Zhen's body bit by bit. At this moment, Lei Zhen was poisoned. His face was a little green. "Ha ha ha," the toad laughed. "Now you know how powerful I am. Hurry up and kneel down. Go to hell." Lei Zhen was completely furious. He took out his trump card. The talisman paper turned into a heavenly sword and was held in his hand. With one sword, the poison law that filled the sky was split apart. It struck the toad's body and sent it flying. "Let's see how you die." With this sword, the other party's heart and soul would definitely be destroyed, right? The toad flew backwards and screamed in the air. "Damn, you dare to sneak attack me. I'll fight you to the death." What was going on? It didn't die. How was this possible? This was a high-grade sacred artifact. Lei Zhen was about to go into a daze. What kind of physique did this toad have? Why did it feel like it was even stronger than his thunder spirit body? The toad rushed forward, but it soon screamed back. "Damn, brat, if you have the ability, don't use the sacred artifact." The sword of thunder in the other party's hand was too terrifying. It hit the toad until it vomited blood. "Damn, I don't want to play anymore. Fight him." The toad wanted to retreat, but Lin Xian said, "No need, I'll lend you a sacred artifact." He took out the Great Destruction Spear and threw it to the other party. "Here. Defeat him." "Damn, this is a good thing." The toad took the Great Destruction Spear and its eyes turned red. Kid, where did you get this treasure? Can you give it to me? The toad wanted to secretly hide it, but it was sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Hurry up and defeat him. The toad spat. Watch me take care of you. He held the Great Destruction Spear and charged towards Lei Zhen. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. Lei Zhen was furious. This was the most sullen battle he had ever fought. Originally, he thought that losing to Lin Wudi was the greatest shame of his life. But now, it seemed that this was not a problem at all. Because now, he was very likely to be defeated by a toad. If this spread out, would he still have the face to live? Chapter 3891. Damn Lin Wudi, do you dare to fight me to the death? Lei Zhen roared crazily. You can't even defeat a toad, so how are you qualified to fight me? You can talk after you defeat my underling. Lin Xian waved his hand. Damn it. I'm so angry. Lei Zhen vomited blood. The toad was also unhappy. Fuck, kid, who's your underling? What do you mean by this? Kill. Suddenly, the power in Lei Zhen's body erupted. He turned into a stream of light that instantly broke through the toad's defense and charged towards Lin Xian. He couldn't take it anymore, so he erupted with incomparable speed. At the same time, the talisman sword in his hand released a biting cold light. He wanted to use all his strength to kill the other party in one strike. Lei Zhen's speed was very fast. Previously, he relied on this speed to be the first to enter the Roland's Golden Palace. Now that he used it, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Die. The talisman sword fell, and the surrounding void collapsed. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword's soul roared, and countless rays of light flew out from his hand, forming the 10,000 dragons diagram. With a wave of his palm, Wan Longtu flew out and blocked this sword. A sonorous sound rang out, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The toad was also sent flying by this force. The 10,000 dragons diagram roared and blocked this shocking attack. Lin Xian looked at Lei Zhen. Are you so reckless? I'll fulfill your wish. He struck out with his palm again. At this moment, the law of death spread on his palm, and the pitch-black palm instantly slapped Lei Zhen's body. The aura of death surged into Lei Zhen's body and erupted crazily. No, how is this possible? Lei Zhen was already shocked that the other party could block his attack. But now, the law on the other party's body was taking away his life. This made him even more terrified. Damn it! The Thunder God instantly retreated. He realized that it was useless. The law of death locked onto him. He could use the talisman sword to slash away all the laws. However, the aura of death appeared in his body. His internal organs were rapidly festering. The feeling of death surged in his heart. Ah! Thunder runes flickered all over his body. His thunder spirit body was fully activated, and a terrifying aura of destruction rumbled within his body. He wanted to erase the power of death. Brat, you actually dared to trick me. Lei Zhen's face was extremely pale. Set you up. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I already said that you weren't my match, but you didn't know the difference between life and death. You just had to fight me. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Let me show you my strongest attack. Lei Zhen's face darkened as he made his move. The heavenly sword talisman was unleashed, and his bloodline power was also activated rapidly. He wanted to kill his opponent with a single strike. However, at that moment, a white figure appeared behind him. It was Little White. It raised its little paw and slapped him on the head. Lei Jin instantly became dizzy. Ha, this is a good opportunity to see my immortal toad art. Light flickered on the toad's body and a huge phantom rushed out. Even Lin Xian was shocked by the power of this attack. This fella actually had such a trump card. Lei Jin was in a miserable state. Needless to say, he was sent flying, and there were many cracks on his body. Damn it. After the dizziness ended, he finally regained his senses. However, the power had already smashed him into pieces. No. Lei Jin was about to cry, and his eyes were moist. He was really defeated by the toad. This feeling was even worse than death. Outside the Roland's Golden Palace, everyone was waiting anxiously. Firstly, they didn't know when the king would open again. Moreover, they were more worried about what kind of opportunities Lei Jin had obtained in the king's Golden Palace. The top experts and geniuses couldn't bear it. The treasures were right in front of them, and they could only watch as others snatched them away. Boom! They waited patiently amidst their impatience and uneasiness. At that moment, the door of the Roland's Golden Palace suddenly opened, and a ray of light flew out. What's going on? Did someone come out? No, treasures. The Roland's Golden Palace had started to spread the treasures. These people were all excited because this had happened a few times before. For example, the nine-headed Qilin and the rest had obtained treasures before. Now that they saw the same situation, they attacked again. All of you, scram. The treasures are mine. The Golden Crow Prince roared, and the sky was filled with golden crows. Whoever dared to stop him would be killed mercilessly. He was really angry because he couldn't be the first to enter. This made him extremely depressed. He attacked without mercy. The first prince of the new moon race swept across the area with countless moonlight. The nine-headed Qilin was even more terrifying. A monstrous light swept across the area, making it impossible for anyone to get close. The other powerful beings and geniuses in the surroundings did the same as well. However, they were soon stunned. They realized that it wasn't treasures that had come out, but a person. Moreover, they knew this person. Wasn't this Lei Jin? Why did he come out? What happened? The surroundings were silent. The Golden Crow Prince, the first prince, and the others were also confused. At that moment, Lei Jin looked extremely strange. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. There were even tears at the corners of his eyes. What surprised everyone was that the light on his body was dim, and there was a mark on his face. Was he being attacked? Could it be that he was beaten out by someone? Looking at the claw mark, it should be a demonic beast. Could there be a demonic beast guarding the Roland's Golden Palace? As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. The people of the Thunder God City almost fainted. Impossible. They couldn't believe it. Their dreams and hopes were shattered. Previously, Lei Jin, their chief disciple, had surpassed everyone and entered the treasury alone. They felt that his future was limitless. But now, Lei Jin came out after a short while. It seemed like he didn't come back with a full load, but was beaten out by someone. Could such a scene lead to treasures? They felt hopeless. The people of the other sacred cities were gloating. A great demon from the Thousand Demon City walked out and cupped his fist. Why is young Master Lei out so soon? I wonder what it's like inside the Roland's Golden Palace. Are there piles of treasures that can be picked up anywhere? The experts of the new moon race walked out and laughed. Young Master Lei was injured. Could there be a powerful demonic beast inside that even young Master Lei couldn't defeat? The experts of the Golden Crow race snorted. Trash, you're just wasting your spot. Those people were also discussing. Even someone as strong as Lei Zhen was in such a sorry state. Of course, some of the top experts were disdainful. Lei Zhen couldn't be compared to them. Being mocked by so many people, Lei Zhen felt like he was going to vomit blood. He finally couldn't hold it in and roared. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Damn you, Lin Wudy. I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 3892. Everyone was still mocking him, thinking that they would be stronger than Lei Zhen and wouldn't be in such a sorry state. However, they were all stunned when they heard that. Even their minds went blank. What was going on? What was Lei Zhen shouting about? Lin Wudy. Wasn't he beaten out by the guardian beasts? How did it have anything to do with Lin Wudy? Could it be that Lin Wudy had beaten Lei Zhen out of there? Everyone gasped when they thought of that. Wasn't Lei Zhen the first to go in? When did Lin Wudy go in? Impossible, he hadn't appeared at all. He hadn't even seen the Golden Palace. How could he be in there? The elites of the sacred city shook their heads frantically. However, Lei Zhen's words were too strange, making them very confused. Gao Yu, Li Hongxiu, and the others were also surprised. Lin Wudy. Could it be that he was in there? This kid was a little interesting. Li Hongxiu narrowed her eyes. Murong Qingqing also raised the corner of her mouth into a smile. Brother Xian was indeed worthy of his reputation. He actually went in early. Indeed, Murong Qingqing was worried that something had happened since he hadn't come in for such a long time. Now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. With Lin Xian's strength, she didn't need to worry at all. He had already entered the Golden Palace in advance. The Dark Red Dragon, the North Beasts, and the people of Wushuang City who were hiding in the dark were also shocked when they heard that. It was eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother defeated Lei Zhen. Damn, that kid went in. How did he do it? The Dark Red Dragon and the North Beasts were also surprised. Of course, some people didn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? How could Lin Wudy be in there? From what I see, some people can't hold it in anymore and are starting to find excuses, right? The people of the Golden Crow tribe and the Thousand Demon City looked at Lei Zhen with a hint of mockery in their eyes. The people of Thunder God City surrounded him. Senior brother, what's going on? Yes, what happened? Why did you come out early? Lei Zhen's face darkened. What should he say? Was he beaten out by a toad? Once he said that, where would he put his face? The whole world would probably laugh at him. Thus, he could only remain silent. In the end, when he was asked anxiously, he said that it was extremely dangerous inside. It was absolutely not a place that anyone could casually enter. Not to mention me, if anyone else went in, they would also be defeated. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. He could only grit his teeth and retreat into the distance, but his heart was still gloomy. Lei Zhen couldn't. You think you're worthy of being on the same level as us? The Golden Crow Prince stood out with a look of disdain. Nine-headed Qilin nodded his head as well. You're probably the weakest amongst all the chief disciples. I thought that you had the strength to make it to the pilgrim rankings, but now it seems that you still need to train for another 300 years. The first prince of the New Moon clan also walked out. Brother Lei Zhen, your myriad lightning god city can take a break now. Let us attack. After all, if you were to attack again, it would be a waste of a spot. Being ridiculed by so many people, Lei Zhen was so angry that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The people of Thunder God City were also extremely depressed. Previously, they had been attacked by these people, and had been beaten miserably. However, they accepted it. As long as Lei Zhen could take out a heavenly treasure, it would be worth it. But now, they had suffered a double loss. They had been beaten up for nothing, and Lei Zhen had also been eliminated from the competition. Next, form the Myriad Moon Great Formation and trap them. As long as I can trap them for a second, I can enter. The first prince of the New Moon clan began to give orders to the experts beside him. Those experts held the formation in their hands, ready to attack at any time. After waiting for 2 days, the Golden Palace finally opened again. Everyone was fighting crazily. Lei Zhen didn't attack, and neither did the people of Thunder God City. The Golden Crow Prince swept through the area with thousands of flames. Nine-headed Qilin was even more terrifying, his demonic aura soaring into the sky. In the end, it was the first prince of the New Moon clan who entered. The Myriad Moon Great Formation was activated, and the first prince brought a few sacred artifacts to support the formation, blocking the enemy for a second. In the next second, he successfully entered. Great! The people of the New Moon clan cheered wildly. They saw boundless hope. Damn it! The Golden Crow Prince shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, burning the ground below to ashes. He was furious and didn't enter again. Nine-headed Qilin's handsome face was also ashen. He had failed this time, but he must enter next time. Find the void beast for me. He was going to use some of his trump cards. Princess, the situation isn't good. The first prince has entered. Gao Yu's people were worried. Although they were all from the New Moon clan, they were like fire and water. No matter, let's wait and see. Gao Yu was also calm. Although the first prince is powerful, he's not much weaker than Lei Zhen. If Lei Zhen was beaten so badly, do you think the first prince will have a good ending? Moreover, it seems to be related to Lin Wudi. We're not in a hurry. Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, and even the mysterious woman in black were all waiting and watching. Lei Zhen opened his eyes and snorted coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think there are treasures inside? You'll die if you enter. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What did Lei Zhen's words mean? What was inside? However, no matter how they asked, Lei Zhen did not speak. At this moment, he had to quickly recover his cultivation. He had lost to the toad before, and Lin Xian had the Edict of Death that could deprive him of his vitality. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. What was even more despicable was that the Dao flower that he had just condensed was snatched away by the other party. That was close to 2,000. His heart was bleeding. This time, it was the first prince of the New Moon clan's turn to wait with hope. However, 3 days later, these people despaired. The others were also dumbfounded. It turned out that the first prince was also beaten out 3 days later. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and there were many claw marks on his face. Damn it! Lin Wudi, I'm going to kill you. After the first prince came out, he roared crazily. He was so angry that white smoke rose from his body. What's going on? Is the first prince defeated too? These people were all stunned. This was not weaker than the chief disciples. Even the 2 chief disciples had suffered a loss inside. What exactly was inside? Why did the other party shout for Lin Wudi after coming out? Could it be that Lin Wudi was really inside? At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. At the same time, they were extremely curious. What's inside? Impossible. The first prince. Your Highness. The people of the New Moon clan rushed over crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. Gao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. They had really failed. Gao Yu, on the other hand, felt that there was something strange about the surroundings. If he shouted for Lin Wuti, it meant that Lin Wuti was inside. However, looking at the injuries on his body, it was obvious that he was injured by a monster. Was there an extremely powerful monster by Lin Wuti's side? Chapter 3893. Not only Gao Yu, but the others were also guessing. Only Lei Zhen's lips curled into a cold smile. I already said that going in would be courting death. Now. He had a feeling of schadenfreude. From the looks of it. The other party was also defeated by the toad. To be honest, now that he had someone in the same situation, he felt less depressed. After all, if he was defeated by the toad, he would be laughed at by the world. But if many chief disciples were defeated by the toad, it meant that this toad was unparalleled. It was understandable that they had failed. Lei Zhen was looking forward to seeing the nine-headed Kylin and the Golden Crow's seventh prince enter and be defeated by the toad. The first prince turned his head and looked at the thunder array. He gritted his teeth and wanted to cry. They were all in the same boat. Around him, in addition to the people of the New Moon clan, there were also people from the sacred city. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan and the Thousand Demon City were also inquiring about the news. The first prince would never say a word even if he were to die. It was too embarrassing. After he entered, he saw Lin Wuti. He couldn't believe it. Then he attacked, but Lin Wuti didn't attack at all. Instead, it was a toad that defeated him. How could he have the face to say it? It was a great shame to be defeated by a toad. Come back, there's no need to ask. So what if it's Lin Wuti? The nine-headed Kylin said in a deep voice. The Golden Crow Prince was incomparably powerful. 2 pieces of trash couldn't beat Lin Wuti. I'll kill him myself. Everyone was shocked. These 2 people were still so confident. They were too surprised. Among the chief disciples, these 2 people were also incomparably powerful. Was it really Lin Wuti inside? It seemed that a shocking battle was about to break out, but they couldn't see it at all. Everyone waited again for the Golden Palace to open. At this moment, inside the Golden Palace, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had a feeling of waiting for rabbits. It seemed that only one person could enter at a time, and the recent ones were all chief disciples. This was simply a fat sheep. As expected, Lei Zhen and the first prince entered one after another and were defeated. All the Dao flowers on the other party were snatched by him. This was already enough to condense a second heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Sure enough. A second heavenly Dao Golden Lotus appeared beside Lin Xian. 2 golden lotuses danced around him. With a boom, a rumbling sound came from his body. Was he about to break through? Lin Xian was astonished. It was finally here. One had to know that with his divine body and dragon sword soul, it would be much more difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough compared to others. But during this period of time, he had condensed a golden lotus of the great Tao and eaten a 20,000-year fire lotus. Most recently, he had even eaten world-class dragon marrow. These top-notch treasures of heaven and earth finally erupted at this moment. This allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to make another breakthrough. From the middle 4th heavenly layer to the late 4th heavenly layer. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged with Little White guarding him. The toad was beside him, rolling its eyes. However, he didn't make a move in the end. It wasn't that Toad didn't want to, but he was scared stiff. At this moment, Lin Xian had a dragon shadow and a Qilin shadow running around him. There were even heavenly Tao golden lotuses around him. He was simply a god descending to the mortal world. Oh my, even the ancient emperors were only so-so. Just how many trump cards did this kid have? What shocked Toad even more was that the other party had broken through, but he was only at the late 4th heavenly layer. Before breaking through, he was only at the middle 4th heavenly layer. Such a cultivation base. Yet, he had such terrifying strength. It was simply unimaginable. It seemed. It was another golden age outside. Toad curled his lips. Although he had been sealed here for a long time, his origin was extraordinary and he had seen a lot. The two people he had beaten away before were all astonishing. They all had astonishing physiques, and now, a monster like Lin Xian had appeared. If this wasn't a golden age, what was it? Could it be that this time, a great emperor was really going to appear? Toad's gaze looked towards the depths of the golden palace. No one knew what it was thinking. Great! Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt the surging power. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and roar. Previously, he had consumed a lot of heaven and earth treasures, but the medicinal effects couldn't be completely absorbed. They were all dormant in his body. At this moment, when he broke through together, these medicinal effects erupted together. It was equivalent to letting his body undergo a sublimation and evolution. With his current strength, defeating Lei Jin and the first prince was simply a piece of cake. This was the powerful strength brought to him after breaking through. Pilgrim list. Lin Xian recalled the two experts he had killed before. He knew that there was a group of even more terrifying people on the chief disciple list who had entered. These people were currently fighting in the depths of the Destiny Star. Those people were on the pilgrim list. I wonder how big the gap is between me and those people now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Those people's subordinates had strength comparable to the chief disciple, not to mention themselves. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, there was a roar in front of him. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Did someone else come in? Indeed, the golden palace had opened again. Someone walked in forcefully. This time, it was nine-headed Qilin. He summoned the void beast, and the moment it opened, it directly used the power of space to teleport him in. After entering, nine-headed Qilin was extremely vigilant. Although he was extremely confident, Lei Jin and the first prince had both been defeated here, which made him realize that the first prince and the first prince had been defeated here. There was definitely a huge figure inside. He walked alone in the spacious hall with his hands behind his back, his footsteps echoing like thunder. Not long after, he stopped and saw a few figures in front of him. There were people. There were indeed people. Nine-headed Qilin was shocked. It seemed that they weren't the first to arrive. He had already guessed this, so although he was shocked, he was still able to control himself. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes, piercing through the void and looking forward. It's you. You must be Lin Wudi. He had never seen this person before, but he had seen his portrait countless times. How could he not recognize him? Lin Wudi also crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, sizing up the other party. This was a handsome young man, so devilishly handsome that it was beyond recognition. Oh, you know me. Since you can enter, your identity must be no weaker than Lei Jin and the others. Tell me your identity. I don't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. I'm the chief disciple of the demon city. Although you're powerful, you're no match for me. Kneel down obediently and give me your 2 golden lotuses of the great path, all your treasures and secrets. I'll leave your corpse intact, and you'll die in a dignified manner. Nine-headed Cheelin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He found it unbelievable that the other party had 2 golden lotuses of the Great Path. It seemed that the other party was the one who had defeated Lei Jin and the first prince. Otherwise, the other party couldn't have formed so many golden lotuses of the Great Path. Moreover, what made him gnash his teeth was that the other party had snatched away one of his destinies. Chapter 3894. Previously, he wanted to break the record by condensing 1,200 flowers of the Tao. However, when he was 1 meter away from the bronze door, Lin Xian finished ahead of him. Nine-headed Cheelin would never forget the feeling of having his fortune stolen. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian with his own hands. Now that he had met Lin Xian, he felt that the heavens were helping him. "Young man, you're very confident." Lin Xian smiled. "It's good to be confident, but I'm curious. What are you relying on? Do you think you're stronger than Lei Jin and the others?" "Lei Jin is nothing. Of course, I'm stronger than him. Can his Thunder Cheelin body compare to my bloodline?" Nine-headed Cheelin was very confident. His body shone brightly, and an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a very strange demonic beast. It was the son of a Cheelin and had 9 heads. The 9 heads seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Toad gasped when he saw it. "Damn, what's that?" He was stunned. Lin Xian said, "You're too confident. Do you really think that Lei Jin and the Crown Prince were defeated by me? They're not qualified for me to attack. They were defeated by my underlings. Toad, you're up." Lin Xian kicked Toad away. Nine-headed Cheelin's expression changed. It wasn't Lin Wudi who attacked. Lin Wudi's underling. In the next moment, he saw Toad fly out, and his face turned green. Was the other party humiliating him? "How dare you look down on me?" he roared, and the terrifying phantom let out a rumbling sound. The 9 heads exploded in an instant, and the power was earth-shattering. "I'm not going to fight this battle." Toad retreated. "Kid, don't try to trick me. The previous one was already very strong, and this one is even more terrifying. It's a combination of a Cheelin and a 9-headed sky snake. How am I going to fight a guy with 9 heads?" Toad rolled his eyes. "Kid, I advise you to leave quickly. This guy's vitality is very strong. He can't be killed." "Is that so?" 9 heads. So what? I'll just kill him 9 times. Lin Xian stood out in a domineering manner. "Just you? You want to kill me 9 times? I'm afraid you won't even be able to do it once." The 9-headed Cheelin snorted coldly. This despicable fellow was too arrogant. He would definitely trample on him personally. "Do you think your bloodline is so strong that you can laugh at everyone? What a joke. Isn't it just a Cheelin and a snake? What was there to be arrogant about? Half Cheelin and half snake, how could it compare to a real dragon and Cheelin?" Lin Xian snorted coldly as black Cheelin tattoos appeared all over his body. It formed a black Cheelin phantom that circled around him. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and countless sword chi dragon shadows rushed out and floated under his feet. Wow, both of them were incredible existences. I have to stay as far away as possible. The Toad jumped into the distance to watch the battle. Whitey also landed at the side, hugging the spiritual wood peach. There was no need to worry. He patted the Toad. The Toad wanted to resist, but in the end, it was knocked unconscious. "Damn, little guy, you're not allowed to use this kind of divine ability on me. Up ahead, nine-headed Qilin had originally been very confident. However, at this moment, his expression had turned extremely grave. Black Qilin. There was also the dragon shadow. You actually have such a trump card. He was really too surprised. One had to know that he was extremely proud and thought that his bloodline was extremely strong because he had the Qilin bloodline. He also had the nine-headed sky snake bloodline. These two were incomparably terrifying bloodlines. Qilins were monarch races, divine beasts. Although the nine-headed sky snake was not a dragon, it was also a peerless ferocious beast head that did not belong to dragons. With 9 lives, he was even stronger than the average dragon race member. In his opinion, Lin Wuyi could not compare to him. But now, he was completely stunned. The other party actually also had the Qilin Phantom and True Dragon Phantom. Could it be that the other party also had these two bloodlines? Impossible. He had never heard of anyone who could have the two supreme bloodlines of a Qilin and a dragon at the same time. The other party must be using a smokescreen. Perhaps he had obtained some broken divine ability of the Qilin race and the dragons. Kid, you're bluffing. Perhaps you've obtained bits and pieces of the divine abilities of these two monarch races. However, how can you compare to my supreme bloodline? Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. The nine-headed Qilin made his move. He slapped out a palm, and terrifying laws and bloodlines surrounded him, illuminating the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept out in all directions. Incredible, this person is really too strong. The toad swallowed his saliva. He felt that this young man was very strong. Indeed, the nine-headed Qilin was confident. He did not even put the golden crow and Lei Zhen in his eyes. Naturally, he would not put Lin Xian in his eyes. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted as he punched out. A dragon shadow accompanied his fist, moving between heaven and earth. The power of the dragon fist was unparalleled. Boom! The two forces clashed between heaven and earth. The nine-headed sky snake and the revered dragon were tearing at each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the void collapsed. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this was the Golden Palace, which was enough to suppress everything. Otherwise, half of the world would probably be destroyed. After that attack, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. The nine-headed Qilin was surprised that he was not injured. He was too shocked. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. The violent power in Lin Xian's fist and the terrifying aura of the Way of the Dragon shocked him. Soon, his face darkened. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that his opponent was really strong. He seemed to have surpassed the first prince and Lei Zhen, and was a difficult opponent. However, so what? He was not afraid of his opponent. The black Qilin shadow on his body roared like a Qilin, as if it was about to come to life. In Lin Xian's palm, a black Qilin appeared, and it quickly slapped out with his palm. Are you trying to compete with me using Qilin superpower? You're asking for it. The nine-headed Qilin sneered. How could Lin Xian compete with him? He was someone who truly possessed the Qilin bloodline. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and two Qilin shadows streaked across the sky. They were like a vast ocean, striking the heavens. This time, he was really strong. He waved his fist, and the endless Qilin shadows filled the sky. He attacked Lin Xian crazily. Boom! 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 Another earth-shattering collision. The front was completely engulfed. The toad continued to retreat, shocked. This nine-headed Qilin was too strong. Even if that kid was defeated, he could still be proud. He's fine. Suddenly, the toad exclaimed. He realized that in the shattered void, two figures were as fast as lightning, constantly colliding with each other. This battle was earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, and then they each stood on one side. Only the great Tao continued to spread. The laws were still shattering. Dragon shadows circled under Lin Xian's feet, Qilin roared, and golden lotuses of the great Tao circled around him like a god. His aura was getting stronger. On the other side, the nine-headed Qilin stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood the combination of the nine-headed sky snake and Qilin. I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my attacks. I'm really surprised. I admit that I underestimated you before. Now, I'll reevaluate your strength. However, that's all. You're still no match for me. Chapter 3895. Nine-headed Qilin looked down from above, his eyes filled with confidence. Previously, he had already seen through the other party. Now, it was time for him to unleash his true killer move. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, the test was over. It was time for the real attack. He took a step forward and strode forward. Nine-headed Qilin snorted. What a joke. Was the other party just testing him? He did not believe that the other party was just putting on an act. Soon, he would make the other party despair. On his body, a terrifying light revolved, and a terrifying law spread. Thousand Beast Fist. Nine-headed Qilin attacked, and a terrifying light covered the sky. A terrifying demonic aura shook the nine heavens. This was a peerless fish technique. With one punch, it was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The power was much stronger than before. On the other side, Lin Xian roared as well. Every move he made had an aura of supremacy. He was going to fight with force. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now, he was going to attack. He also threw out a punch, and the terrifying aura caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, the beasts all wailed. This punch was truly too terrifying. Lin Xian was already strong. With this breakthrough, his combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed. The terrifying aura of the great Tao spread. When Toad saw it, he was shocked. These two people were really something. He did not know who would win. That kid probably did not use his full strength. He looked at Lin Xian. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Following that, the 10,000 beast phantasm was completely destroyed. A golden fist swept out in all directions. It charged towards nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. What was going on? His 1,000 beast fist was broken by the other party. Was this really unbelievable? Could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? This was the other party's true strength. This person was indeed strong. No wonder he could defeat Lei Zhen and the first prince. But so what? He was not comparable to the other two. 1,000 beast fist. Wang Hu. With a roar, 10,000 beasts gathered. Great Tao surged, forming a ferocious tiger that pounced murderously. The ferocious tiger was a killing move of the 10,000 beast fist. Go to hell. He believed that this attack would definitely be able to kill his opponent. Seriously injuring the other party was not a problem at all. The ferocious tiger turned into a peerless wild beast, pouncing towards Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. His entire body tensed up as he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xian's aura erupted. Endless black laws filled his hand, forming a long blade of death that he grasped. The saber slashed down. Between heaven and earth, black torrents and terrifying storms swept through. Boom! Boom! The peerless great desolate Ian ferocious beast howled in agony as it was split into two. The black saber light once again shot towards the 9 Qilins. How could this be? 9-headed Qilin was truly shocked this time. Even the killing move of his fist technique couldn't do anything to the other party. What was that black saber in the other party's hand? Was it a top-notch saint artifact? Why did it feel so cold? 10,000 beast fist, black tortoise. He struck out with his fist technique again. This time, the endless laws on his body formed a huge tortoise shell that blocked the shocking attack. This was a defensive fist technique, and black tortoise was a defensive technique. He was confident that the other party would definitely not be able to break through his defense. As expected, the black saber slashed down and made a clanging sound. Then, countless cracks appeared and shattered on the ground. Humph. The corners of 9-headed Qilin's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was just as he had expected. However, his expression soon changed. The black saber light did not completely disappear. Instead, it circled around him and even entered his body. He felt that his vitality had instantly decreased, and his qi and blood were about to dry up. The huge illusory figure behind him also became dim. Damn it, what's going on? 9-headed Qilin's hair stood on end. At this moment, he finally screamed. This law could deprive him of his vitality. Damn it, he was too careless. If it was an ordinary law attack, he would be fine if he blocked it. However, this special law ignored his defense. Damn it. He was furious. The Qilin fire. The flames that belonged to the Qilin bloodline on his body jumped and began to burn the black aura. This bloodline flame was terrifying as it burned away all the death aura. However, Lin Xian's expression did not look good. Instead, it became gloomier. Previously, he knew that Lin Xian had a strong physique and possessed the 5 elemental laws. Lin Xian also had terrifying sword techniques. He was confident that he could block all of these. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a death law. This was completely out of his expectations. In his carelessness, he was injured. You're only so. You're stronger than Lei Jin and the others, but not by much. You're still not my match. Lin Xian said coldly. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he was not afraid of anything. You're arrogant enough to compete with me, but you can't imagine my means. I'll make you despair next. 9-headed Qilin's expression was cold as he walked over again. Terrifying flames appeared on his body, leaping and dancing. This was the Qilin fire. It was extremely bright. At this moment, he was like a fire god. The aura on his body became incomparably violent. Forming a hand seal, a fire Qilin flew out from 9-headed Qilin's palm. It had a monstrous aura that shook heaven and earth. In the distance, the toad who was watching the battle was also shocked. Damn, this is the flame of the Qilin bloodline. This guy's bloodline power is really shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was not afraid of any of 9-headed Qilin's flames. However, he did not use the 9 Suns' divine fire. Instead, he mobilized it again. The death law condensed and formed a black Qilin that ran between heaven and earth. The fire Qilin fought against the black Qilin. The two Qilin superpowers clashed. They fought non-stop. It was as if two divine beasts were fighting. It was really terrifying. Nine-headed Qilin sneered. Some poisonous snake phantoms appeared in his embroidered robe and instantly disappeared into the void. This kind of small movement, under such a violent light, could not be discovered at all. The fire Qilin and the black Qilin fought until blood flowed like a river. It was shocking to see them disappear at the same time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. However, at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that a few snake phantoms had suddenly appeared beside him and coiled around him. On the other side, nine-headed Qilin laughed loudly. Kid, go to hell. This is the sky snake phantom. You can't stop it. A total of 3 snakes coiled around each other and completely bound Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shook and a terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. However, the 3 snakes did not break. They were abnormally soft and changed as Lin Xian's power shook. In the end, they blocked the shaking. Nine-headed Qilin laughed again. Useless kid, you can't break it. With that, he waved his hand and the 3 snakes attacked. One went for Lin Xian's throat, while the other went for Lin Xian's heart. This was a sure kill. It was vicious and did not hesitate at all. Chapter 3896. Boom. 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 Nine-headed Qilin sneered. Lin Fan was dead for sure. He would tear Lin Fan's body into pieces. Then, he would let the sky snakes eat Lin Fan's body. However, he was soon stunned. There was a sound of metal clashing in front of him, followed by a thunderous explosion. How could this be? Nine-headed Qilin's eyes widened. The sky snakes could not break Lin Fan's body. Is this your trump card? Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can restrain me? Break it. He roared and his body shone brightly. As his divine body opened and closed, endless flames burned. The 2 heavenly snakes could not withstand this attack, and they kept rolling around. Although they were like water and could withstand any attack, there was a limit to it. In front of absolute power, the 2 sky snakes could not withstand it and were torn into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and charged towards nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's face changed. Lin Fan's body and power were beyond his imagination. He was shocked that Lin Fan could tear the sky snakes to pieces. But so what? His face was cold. Kid, do you think you have one? Now is the time for you to die. Go to hell. At this moment, only one of the 3 sky snakes was left. Once again, it bit towards Lin Xian. It could not withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he revolved his body for 9 days. However, at this moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the heavenly snake wasn't attacking his body, but his soul. Boy, are you surprised? Not only can my heavenly snake devour your body, it can also devour your soul. Your body is strong, but what about your soul? Can you withstand it? Once again, he laughed out loud with pride. Lin Xian's soul had indeed been attacked, and he had sustained some injuries. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Soul attack. You are the one who does not know your place. Lin Fan activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and a golden light appeared. At the same time, terrifying flames swept across the sky and Lin Xian covered the sky. He did it so that the other party wouldn't see what he was doing. After blocking the other party's line of sight, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes to attack the heavenly snake. Sky Snake was being controlled. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The other party had used a despicable method to sneak attack him. Now, he was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. The flames that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood there motionless. A heavenly snake coiled around his body, hissing. Success. The nine-headed unicorn smirked coldly. It seemed like the other party's soul had been devoured. Humph, fighting with him. You're courting death. He strode forward, preparing to take Lin Xian's ring of holding and the secrets inside of him. When the toad saw this scene, it exclaimed, "Damn, is the battle over? Was that kid actually killed? Damn it, is the soul his weakness? No, I have to escape." The toad was about to escape, but Whitey slapped it twice. Squeak, don't run. The nine-headed unicorn had already arrived beside Lin Xian. He reached out a hand and covered Lin Xian's body. What, Lin Woody? You're just a so-so. You're too inexperienced to fight with me. From now on, you'll have nothing to do with this world. The nine-headed unicorn was very happy to have dealt with a powerful enemy. However, in the next moment, he screamed and retreated, holding his head. Damn it, how is this possible? How dare you hurt me? He was shocked. The one who attacked him was none other than his heavenly snake. What was going on? He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. At this moment, the motionless Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. How was it? Did it feel good to be ambushed? You're not dead. The nine-headed unicorn screamed. His handsome face was filled with shock. He was too shocked. Wasn't Lin Xian's soul devoured? Lin Xian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He sneered. Do you really think that a mere heavenly snake can kill me? What a joke. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. Not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he also controlled his heavenly snake and even injured him. This method was too shocking. He felt cold all over. This kind of feeling was really too bad. Previously, he thought that he had everything under control and could see through Lin Xian. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. He couldn't see through him at all. He didn't even know if that was Lin Xian's final trump card. Boom! Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he saw a fish that was as big as a mountain coming towards him. Boom! He was sent flying. The huge force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He roared, and his eyes shone with incomparable light. Demonic chi swirled around him, and terrifying magical laws shot out in all directions to block the incoming fist. At the same time, he also attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying attack. The two of them exchanged blows again and fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The toad originally wanted to escape, but it stopped and looked shocked. Lin Xian didn't die. Lin Xian was so powerful. Xiao Bai also heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian lose? The two of them watched the battle again. The nine-headed unicorn roared crazily. Just a moment ago, he had received thousands of attacks. Those punches made his body numb. He fought back crazily and used the black tortoise fist. However, Lin Xian was not only strong, but also had the death laws. He could only use the Qilin fire to defend himself. He didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, he activated the Heavenly Snake bloodline and attacked. Lin Xian was using the death laws. As a member of the Heavenly Snake bloodline, he must have the poison laws too. Therefore, he used some poison to invade Lin Xian's body. Let's see who will die first. However, what shocked him was that after his poison dissolved into Lin Xian's body, it was silent. Lin Xian was not affected at all. How was that possible? Even a level 5 sage would die when the poison entered his body. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. The 9-headed unicorn was completely stunned. He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body. It was enough to destroy everything. A mere poison was nothing to be afraid of. As soon as it entered his body, it was smashed to pieces by the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Lin Xian punched the black tortoise seal. Immediately, cracks appeared on it. Then, he used another 100,000 attacks to break through Lin Xian's defense. He kicked Lin Xian's chin. There was a loud bang. The 9-headed unicorn flew out like a kite with a broken string. His chin was completely smashed and his flesh was mangled. Chapter 3897. Damn it, how did this happen? 9-headed Qilin was stunned and the pain was driving him crazy. Lin Xian succeeded in one attack and attacked aggressively. His terrifying power completely enveloped 9-headed Qilin. Then, a miserable cry was heard. 9-headed Qilin fell to the ground. His body was in tatters and his blood dyed the ground red. He was seriously injured. Toad's eyes bulged when he saw this scene. No way, this kid is too strong. Based on his previous analysis, the two of them should be evenly matched in a fierce battle. But now, Lin Xian was getting braver and braver as he fought. 9-headed Qilin was seriously injured. 9-headed Qilin and 9-headed Sky Snake, how could he be in such a miserable state? You're only so. You're stronger than Lei Jin, but you're still no match for me. Lin Xian's mental state was cold and his eyes were filled with a biting cold radiance. He walked forward. Ah! He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. His long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't accept that he had lost. Everyone knew that he was a lofty figure, and believed himself to be one of the strongest among the chief disciples. But now, he had lost to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a newly promoted chief disciple and his cultivation was far inferior to his. This kind of defeat made him feel ashamed and humiliated. Lin Wudi, I'm going to tear you to pieces. 9-headed Qilin stood up and roared crazily. His bloodline circulated and his broken wounds healed quickly. Soon, he was as good as new. Not only that, but the aura on his body had also become even more tyrannical. He was truly a super powerhouse. He was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. Lin Xian was expressionless and his eyes flickered. He knew that those injuries couldn't kill 9-headed Qilin. But so what? If he couldn't do it once, he would do it twice. He would definitely kill 9-headed Qilin. Why, do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kneel down obediently and hand over the Dao flower to me. I'll consider cutting off 8 of your heads and sparing your life. Reckless thing, I will make you regret it. 9-headed Qilin roared and took out a fiery red treasure bottle. This was a treasure that had flown out of the Roland's golden palace. He had used his strength to snatch it. This was his trump card. At this moment, he was finally going to use it. The fiery red precious bottle was sparkling and translucent, carrying resplendent multicolored light, as if it was forged from immortal gold. The laws on it circulated, shaking the world. If other level 5 sages saw this, they would probably tremble in fear. A high-grade saint artifact. A true high-grade saint artifact. It was much stronger than the one Lei Jin had used before. Moreover, there were no restrictions on its usage. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Kid, go to hell. The vase tilted down. Countless laws intertwined and flew out from the bottle. Each law was a sword chi. The nomological laws that filled the sky poured down in torrents. Endless sword light surged between heaven and earth. What do you have to fight me? No one under the minor saint realm would be able to withstand such a terrifying strike. The other party was definitely going to die. Boss. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He circulated the energy in his body and took out the Great Destruction Spear. The law of death was also circulated to the extreme. Black laws were attached to heaven and earth. Especially the Great Destruction Spear, it was incomparably black. It was like the murderous weapon of the devil world, carrying a monstrous killing intent. The long spear vibrated, destroying everything. The great dragon sword spirit in his body also surged. With a loud boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sword chi was instantly shattered. At this moment, the killing intent was soaring. Countless laws were shattered. Endless black death chi sank between heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. His opponent could even withstand such an attack. Damn it. Could it be that he also has a high-grade artifact in his hand? Kill! He roared furiously. Thousands of laws formed an even more terrifying law-light sword and slashed at Lin Xian. This time, the power was even stronger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, rushed over and opened his great gate. Endless black laws turned into chains and swept toward the nine-headed Qilin. Once again, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two. Boom boom boom. The situation did not change just because nine-headed Qilin took out a high-grade artifact. He was defeated again. In fact, he was defeated even more miserably. His body was destroyed by Lin Xian. Ah! Nine-headed Qilin was completely mad. After he took out his trump card, he was defeated even faster. How could this be? He could not believe it. I'm going to kill you. He took out his second treasure. In the battle between so many top disciples and elites, nine-headed Qilin was able to snatch 2 treasures. This was enough to show that he was powerful. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. You've already lost. I'll finish you off today. The power of the great dragon sword spirit flowed out completely and poured into his body. It even coiled around the great destruction spear. With one strike, black demonic chi filled the heaven and earth. The power of this strike was much stronger than before. It caused the high-grade sacred artifact to tremble. Before the second treasure could appear, nine-headed Qilin was sent flying. He vomited blood again. His body that had just healed was shattered again. Lin Xian's strike succeeded and he continued to attack. Endless laws of death condensed into a death demonic saber with the aura of the dragon soul. It condensed inside, causing the death demonic saber to have a soul. Wherever the saber went, it would split the heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's scalp went numb and he kept dodging. The void shattered and he was sent flying again. There were more laws of death on his body, making him feel cold all over. His life was draining away quickly. He could not believe it. How could this be? How could he end up like this? Before entering, he had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought of such a possibility. Run! Nine-headed Qilin quickly flew away, wanting to escape. Now, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He wanted to escape. He turned into a stream of light and fled quickly. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave? The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the Roland's gold palace. Nine-headed Qilin had two powerful bloodlines, a strong physique, and vigorous life force. Even so, he was beaten badly. It was extremely miserable. He desperately wanted the Roland's palace to open so that he could escape. He did not know if it was his good luck or his thoughts that moved the heavens. The Roland's palace opened again. It was a good chance. Nine-headed Qilin was so excited that he was about to cry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushed toward the exit. Outside the Roland's palace, the crowd waited patiently. This time, the Golden Crow Prince was extremely powerful. It was finally his turn. He had to go in. The others were also nervous. Nine-headed Qilin had stayed inside for such a long time. It seemed that he had succeeded. He might have killed the powerful existence inside. Chapter 3898. The people from Thousand Monster City were even more pleased with themselves. What powerful guardian beast. What Lin Wuti. Everything will turn to dust before our chief disciple. The first prince's face darkened and Lei Jin vomited blood. Damn it, did the nine-headed Qilin succeed? They could not believe it. The people from Wushuang City were nervous. Even Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others frowned. The situation was not good. Murong Qingqing was worried that Lin Xian was in danger. She decided to rush in and take a look. I'll hold back the Golden Crow Prince. You go in later. Li Hongxiu walked over and said. Murong Qingqing nodded. All right, thanks a lot. The two girls were ready to attack. The others were also ready to attack. The Golden Crow's seventh prince sneered. Whoever dares to snatch my spot, I'll tear them to pieces. Everyone was terrified. Some of the experts retreated, not daring to provoke the Golden Crow Prince. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu flew out. They were ready to give it their all. However, when the Roland's palace opened, the situation inside was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Murong Qingqing, the Golden Crow Prince, and the others were stunned. They saw a figure rush out of the Roland's golden palace after it opened. Isn't that the nine-headed Qilin? Everyone screamed. They realized that it was indeed the nine-headed Qilin. However, what shocked them was that the nine-headed Qilin was not in a good condition. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. No way, the nine-headed Qilin was injured. And he was seriously injured. Heavens, who was it that injured him? Could there really be a peerless guardian beast in the Roland's palace? These people had gone crazy. The first prince's eyes shone with a cold light. Lei Jin also stood up. They had mixed feelings. For one, they were taking joy in other people's misfortune. Even someone as powerful as the nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured just like them. At the same time, they were terrified. Was it Lin Wuti who did it? Was he that powerful? The others were in an uproar. Everyone in Demon City had gone crazy. Young master. They screamed crazily. How could this be? They simply couldn't accept the fact that the nine-headed Qilin was beaten up so miserably. Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not attack again. Instead, they smiled. It seemed that the kid wasn't in any danger. Older brother Xian, it shouldn't be a problem. The two retreated, and no one attacked again. The Golden Crow's seventh prince was also stunned. To be honest, even he acknowledged the strength of the nine-headed Qilin. However, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the nine-headed Qilin. But now, the 9 Qilins were in an incomparably sorry state. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. What was inside the Roland's golden palace? Could it be that there was really a peerless demonic beast guarding it? For a moment, he did not dare to enter rashly. Let's go, the young master is coming out. The people of the demon city prepared to receive them. The others were even more curious. This time, they had to find out what was inside. However, they were soon dumbfounded. That was because they saw a pitch-black palm that blotted out the sky and directly enveloped the nine-headed Qilin. Then, it grabbed him and dragged him back. What's going on? Can't the nine-headed Qilin escape? Oh heavens, he was dragged back again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the demon city screamed. No! Young master! Damn it, hurry up and save the young master. The demon race powerhouses attacked crazily. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. However, they were all sent flying back. The Golden Palace emitted a mysterious aura, forming an endless golden law that swept through everything. They couldn't enter. The demon race powerhouses had all gone crazy. The others also gasped. What was going on? Why couldn't they enter? Could it be because the nine-headed Qilin didn't come out? The nine-headed Qilin was also screaming crazily. He was about to go crazy. The way out was right in front of him. He could have gone out easily, but he was dragged back by the other party. Damn you, Lin Wudy, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, the demon city will tear you into pieces. Bam! He roared crazily, but what answered him was a fist. His jaw was broken and his teeth flew everywhere. He couldn't even speak clearly. The people outside were all stunned. What was going on? Lin Wudy, it was Lin Wudy again. Could it be that the nine-headed forest was fighting Lin Wudy? No way, could it be that Lin Wudy injured the nine-headed Qilin? They were all crazy. They couldn't accept it at all. They could understand if there were powerful guardian beasts in the Golden Palace. After all, how could such a mysterious palace not have powerful guardians? However, if it was Lin Wudy, they couldn't understand it at all. How did the other party get in? Moreover, the other party's strength was too strong. Just as everyone was puzzled, they finally saw a figure walking out of the black light that filled the sky. He sent the nine-headed Qilin flying with a punch. His power was incomparably shocking. It was Lin Wudy. Countless people cried out at this moment. It was Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing smiled. Li Hongxiu also said, it's really that kid. In Wushuang City, the dark red divine dragon, the North Demon, and the others also screamed. Damn, when did this kid enter? The others went crazy. Lin Wudy was incomparably powerful. Was he beating up the nine-headed Qilin? They felt like they were dreaming. At the same time, they looked at the first prince and Lei Zhen. Could it be that the two of them were also defeated by Lin Wudy? This Lin Wudy was too heaven-defying, wasn't he? Everyone swallowed their saliva. The martial artists of the demon city roared crazily. Damn Lin Wudy, let go of our young master. If you dare to attack again, I will definitely tear you into pieces. I will teach you and the people of Wushuang City. I will kill all of you and make you unable to reincarnate forever. They were really mad. However, when Lin Xian heard such a threat, he attacked even more ruthlessly. He chased after the nine-headed Qilin crazily. The nine-headed Qilin was beaten until he kept vomiting blood. His bones flew everywhere. All kinds of miserable scenes played out in front of everyone. Stop. We admit our mistakes, okay? The experts of the demon city saw that their threats were unsuccessful and started to beg for mercy. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was strong. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he killed the nine-headed Qilin. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, the nine-headed Qilin's life force was too strong. He had hit it so many times. An ordinary level 5 sage would have been killed several times. He couldn't be any more dead. However, the nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured. It was very difficult to kill him. Especially the vital parts, which the nine-headed Qilin had narrowly avoided. However, he still managed to grab the opportunity. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through the nine-headed Qilin's heart and tore half of his body apart. Blood splattered everywhere, piercing through everything. Ah! The people outside were stunned. The nine-headed Qilin was actually split apart. It was too unbelievable. The people of the demon city were so frightened that they roared crazily. Some of them even fainted. Chapter 3899. Ah! Nine-heads Qilin roared. His handsome face was now extremely ferocious. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged. He was no longer a handsome man, but transformed into his true form. The nine heads of the Qilin danced in the air, looking extremely ferocious. Even though they were so far away, the experts in the distance were still shocked. Nine heads Qilin had transformed into his true form. Oh God, he was really angry. Humph, transforming into your true form. Then you're courting death. Nine heads Qilin's true form was too big. Lin Xian used him as a target and smashed him again. Nine heads Qilin screamed and transformed back into his human form. Everyone was terrified. Nine heads Qilin was at his wit's end. Nine heads Qilin felt extremely aggrieved. He had never been oppressed like this in his life. Lin Wudi, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll tear you into pieces. Nine heads Qilin activated his bloodline and took out the Great Tao treasure bottle. Countless swords of laws flew out and pierced through everything. He tore open a crack and prepared to escape. You want to leave? Go to hell. Lin Xian was completely enraged. He would never let nine heads Qilin escape. He raised the death demonic saber and the great dragon sword soul appeared and merged with the death demonic saber. A dragon roar was heard as if the demonic dragon had awakened. When the saber slashed down, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many of the people outside fell to their knees. Some of the experts even screamed. Even Lei Zhen, the first prince, the Golden Crow Prince, and the other top disciples narrowed their eyes. What kind of saber was that? It seemed to be able to destroy everything. The aura of death on the saber was too strong. No! The people of Demon City roared crazily. Nine heads Qilin also screamed. He tried his best to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all. The death demonic saber slashed through his body. It took away all of his life force. Even his soul was destroyed by the terrifying energy of the great dragon sword soul. Nine heads Qilin's corpse fell from the golden palace. Lin Xian held the death demonic saber in his hand. He was extremely powerful. This scene shocked everyone. Young master. The people from the Thousand Demon City rushed forward as if they had gone mad and caught the corpse. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian, their eyes spitting fire. Damn it! Damn it! A few people wanted to step forward, but in the end, they were killed by Lin Xian with a single slash. Too strong, these people frantically retreated. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as powerful as the nine-headed Qilin was killed. They all looked in the direction of the demon city. The great demon of the Thousand Demon City held the corpse and cried hysterically. Even his eyes were bleeding. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red light appeared on the nine-headed Qilin's body. Immediately after, the mysterious laws of heaven and earth filled the air as an illusory figure appeared. Qilin body, 9 heads. One of the heads suddenly shattered. At the same time, the nine-headed Qilin had completely awakened. His battered body recovered once again. In the next moment, it was as good as new. His closed eyes also opened. The terrifying light was like the light of a sword, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Wuti, I won't rest until you know what's going on. He stood up and roared madly. He didn't die. The surrounding powerhouses and sky prides of the holy city were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Prince and the others were also shocked. Rumor had it that the nine-headed Qilin had 9 heads, which was equivalent to 9 lives. It was practically immortal. Now it seemed that the legend was true. Murong Qingqing also frowned. This person's bloodline was too extraordinary. Li Hongxiu and the others were also surprised. Great, the young master didn't die. The people of the Thousand Demon City heaved a sigh of relief, but they still gritted their teeth. The nine-headed Qilin stood in the sky with an unusually cold expression. Behind him, the illusory figure was already missing a head. This made his heart bleed. He didn't die. How magical. Is this the nine-headed sky snake? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The vitality of the other party was beyond his imagination. It was practically immortal. However, the other party was not truly immortal. He looked down and sneered. Are you not convinced? Come up and fight me. Today, I'll cut off all 9 of your heads. Wherever the long saber went, the void shattered. The powerful genius of the 4th week felt his scalp go numb. Is this Lin Wuti? He's too strong. He actually forced the nine-headed Qilin to such a state. Young master, you can't. The monsters of the Thousand Demon City hurriedly persuaded him. It was obvious that Lin Wuti was extremely powerful now. Wherever he went, the nine-headed Qilin would not be able to defeat him. If he went up again, he would just be throwing his life away. The nine-headed Qilin's face was also gloomy. Damn it, damn it. When had he ever been afraid? But now, he really did not dare to attack anymore. The next time I see you, I'll personally take your head and make you suffer a fate worse than death. He turned around and left in big strides. The people of the Thousand Demon City also said, just you wait, Lin Wuti. This is not over. They hurriedly followed the nine-headed Qilin. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. This is a grudge between me and you. If anyone dares to implicate my friends and fellow sect members, I'll kill them all. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. At the end of his sentence, an endless aura of death spread and swept around. Everyone felt that their lives were about to be taken away and their scalps went numb. The people of the Thousand Demon City also had ugly expressions. Damn it, how dare he threaten them? The 9-headed Qilin left, and so did the people of the 1,000-demon city. The surroundings were completely silent. Previously, these people had wanted to break their heads to enter the Golden Palace. But now, no one dared to move. This was because there was a godlike existence standing at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Damn it! Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others' faces were incomparably cold. The Golden Crow Prince's face was even more solemn. He stood there without saying a word. Lin Xian's gaze swept across and looked at him. You're the 7th Golden Crow Prince, right? Come and die. Boom. The crowd was in an uproar. They really did not dare to believe it. Heavens, is Lin Wuyi going to challenge the Golden Crow Prince this time? This is too crazy. First, he defeated the 9-headed Qilin. Now, he's going to attack the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was also facing a great enemy. They all rushed over and surrounded the Golden Crow Prince. One of them shouted angrily. You dare to challenge us? Are you courting death? Do you believe that I won't kill all of you from Wushuang City? Boz. As soon as he finished speaking, a deathly saber light slashed across and directly split the Golden Crow tribe elite into 2 halves. It also took away his life force. The severed body fell and the huge corpse shattered the mountains and rivers. Lin's soul fled in panic and the starry sky trembled. How dare you destroy my body? He was really stunned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've said it before. If you have the ability, you can attack me. Who dares to attack my friends and fellow sect members? I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Do you think I'm joking? A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and a golden light blade shot out. It directly shredded the soul into pieces. With a blood-curdling scream, the divine soul of one of the Golden Crow tribe's experts was extinguished. You're courting death. The Golden Crow tribe elites were completely enraged. Lin Xian had actually killed one of their elites in front of them. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.